I made a shocking discovery today when I was hanging out over at MEUK's Discord server.
Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well, are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well, did you hear what I said? It's all about...
Check in.
Hello.
How you going, dude?
How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How you going? Yeah, about my channel. It's not really a channel. It's just a kind of out of context conversations that I've had with people. There's no, I don't really have a channel, to be fair.
You don't have a YouTube channel, do you know?
No, I've got one. I just don't use it for anything other than context in conversation.
Yeah, that's basically what we do, though, as well, right?
Well, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sounds like I've got something, like, got a good channel going, but I haven't. It's like effort.
Well, it does, like, it makes it sound like whenever anybody's talking about you, it makes it sound like they're talking about your channel. So it makes it sound like you've got a big channel. It's quite clever, really.
Yeah, completely unintentional. It just kind of happened. This is what it is.
Yeah.
So, what's new, guys?
Well, you know us. We're trying to find out the shape of the Earth, right? Or, well, particularly the shape of water level. Or the shape of level, as it turns out.
Yeah, I was having a good think about the point that you've been making there. And I'm starting to come around to your way of thinking. You might be right that level and horizontal are the same. But that doesn't mean that either one of them don't have an orientation.
Horizontal does, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but only to the ground, though, yeah?
Yeah, but it has there's a straight inclination to it through geometry. Right? There is a geometric proof that horizontal is a straight line.
I mean, yeah, but you've got to agree that a sphere is a geometric shape.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but you can't.
So if you
go on.
If you were to slice the top off a sphere, right, then that would be, and the sphere were upright, as in orientated to the ground, so the slash that you've made is on top of the sphere, then that would be horizontal. But if you turn the sphere 90 degrees, so that cut was at the side, and the sphere was the ground itself, then the orientation of that would be exactly the same in space. Spatially, it would be the same, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, but the fact that happens, right? But the main problem that you've got, as far as I can see, is that slice that you've took off there, right, leaves horizontal having a distance, right, as being straight and flat within a distance, whereas the globus, like, you don't want that. You have a horizontal at a point, which seems counterintuitive, right?
But horizontal means horizon-like.
No. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It is a straight line.
Yeah, but it still means as the horizon, right?
Well, it's parallel to the horizon, right? Parallel to the plane. I'll make a break.
Yeah, so if it's parallel to the horizon, yeah, and we so let's just assume that we live on a sphere and we have a horizon, yeah. If that horizon was 360 degrees around you, then if you chop the sphere at that point, that would be the plane of that sphere, and that plane there would be horizontal to the sphere. You follow what I mean there?
Well, I do get what you mean, but again, what you've done there is you've give a distance to the horizontal as a flat plane.
Yeah, to the horizon. Yeah, that's right. But then as the definition goes, it is parallel to the horizon.
Yeah.
So if the horizon is 360 degrees all the way around you, then it's 360 degrees. It doesn't go from left to right. It's a big circle. So it keeps going round on itself, and it goes up its own arse, if you know what I mean. So there's no way you can say, oh, it ends, because it doesn't. It's not a left to right. It's the horizon. It's the sphere it's the circle that you've made by chopping the top of the sphere.
Okay, but
There's no beginning and end.
But take this on as a concept then, right? You've got a plumb bob, and you can hold that plumb bob out on a piece of string in front of you, and that will be perpendicular to the horizon, right? Then you can turn through 90 degrees and put a plumb bob out again, and it'll be perpendicular to the horizon again. You can turn another 90. You know what? You get the gist. It's whenever you drop a plumb bob, it will always be perpendicular to the horizon.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, but that again doesn't work on your model. Your model doesn't have that, does it?
I don't see how it doesn't. Because if I've chopped the top off the sphere to give me my horizon, yeah. So I stand here and I've got a 300. I'm in the middle of the ocean, so, and I've got a 360 degree, view around me.
Yeah.
So if I lock the top off the sphere at that point, so it's an arbitrary point. I'm 6 foot. I could be 8 foot. I could be 4 foot. It doesn't matter. That's just an arbitrary point where I've locked the top of that sphere. Yeah, anywhere I hold a plumb bob will be in the centre of that circle would be perpendicular to the horizon. Yeah, but that doesn't stop the model working.
It does though, because you have people that say there are no parallel verticals.
You've got to understand that if you curve 1 degree over 70 miles, then you'd have to have two 70-mile high perpendicular lines to have 1 degree of separation at the top. I mean, that's a bloody long way up to see 1 degree of separation at the top.
Yeah, but
So it's not,
you've
not gonna be
just
a lot.
proved that you've made 4 perpendiculars to that plane that you're on. I mean, you could have walked 3 miles in each direction, and you would still be making a perpendicular to the horizontal, right?
I agree, but if you walk 3 miles in one direction, your horizon would move 3 miles in that direction.
Still horizontal, though. At no point does it stop being horizontal.
But if you move further forward by 3 miles and then lock the top off the sphere at your horizon there...
No, you can't... No, gently. You can't go round lopping the top off. That's not what happens, is it?
What I'm trying to do is give your argument the benefit of the doubt. So you're saying if the plane of the horizon is flat and level, then so when you look at the plane
we're just using what we get in reality and what we see in reality, and we're using geometry to explain it.
Yeah, but a circle is a sphere is a geometric shape. So
So
there must be the same explanation.
A horizontal is perpendicular or parallel to the plane of the horizon. Right, now that's
right.
They are geometric terms then. Parallel and the plane. So parallel to the plane of the horizon is geometric.
Yeah, but that was the point that I was going to about lopping the top off the sphere, because by doing so, you give the sphere a plane, and the plane is the horizon.
Yeah, but if the horizon goes, let's say on your model, 3 miles in every direction, that gives you 6 miles of a plane, because the horizon is in every direction. So you've got like a 6-mile plane there.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, so anywhere on that 6-mile plane, verticals will be perpendicular to horizontal,
your
and they
problem.
will all be what?
So the horizon is only at your location.
No,
Because
it's
if you move
six
forward-
miles. You've just said it's 6
Yeah,
miles.
hang
The
on.
plane.
Yeah, hang on. Just let me take you by the hand and walk you through it. So if I move 6 miles further forward, I won't be at an edge. See, my horizon will have moved 6 miles further on.
Yeah. Well,
So you've
let's
only
just
got a
move
horizon
1 mile.
where you
Let's
start.
move 1 mile then, right? Because when you're
Yeah.
starting in one place, you've got a 6 mile plane, right? On your model, you've just
Yeah,
said that,
yeah.
right? Okay. Well, let's move 1 mile. We are still in that 6 mile plane.
You are, however, your horizon will have moved that 1 mile.
But
So now you've
the
got to put a
plane
different
hasn't
top on.
moved, right? Has it? The plane
Yeah,
that we
but-
were on hasn't moved.
No, but the plane was where your horizon, the edge of your horizon was 360 degrees, and you chop the top off the sphere at that, and that's your plane. Yeah. Now
No,
put it back on.
can you
move
stop
further
chopping?
forward a mile. I've got to, because I'm giving you the plane of a sphere.
Well, yeah, but don't
You-
give me a plane if you don't actually think it's there. Don't accommodate something that you don't believe is there. Right? Don't try and do it, because then what you're doing is you're accommodating something that you don't actually believe's there. Try and tell me what you actually think. Don't try and tell you what I think, because I know what I think. Right?
See,
You tell me
right,
what you
it's-
think, and we'll try and work out together how we can establish if there is a curvature or not.
Well, yeah. I mean, hello. Am I still?
Still here.
Oh, sorry. You break up now and again. It's opposite.
Right.
It's opposite.
Let me just jump out. I'll jump out and come back in again. Is that better? Hopefully. Hopefully that should be better. Is it? Or am I having a...
You're still breaking up for me, but then again, it could be my connection. I'm sitting out in the garden, so.
Oh, right.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound fine to me.
Yeah, can I just
Oh,
add
cool.
something in here? Right, okay. So we're talking about models, and we're talking about geometry, and we're talking about trying to think and use our minds to create things, so what I put to you is I've got some footage that I took of a lighthouse that I shouldn't be able to see. Yeah, I see all of it, and across water this is. So it's just I zoom in on it and I can see it. It's about 20 miles away, and I zoom back. Now, if you think about what you said and what Bev said, to me it just looks like I'm looking across a horizontal piece of water, and there's the lighthouse. Now, I don't want to go into all that because it's obviously atmospheric and all that stuff, but it level and horizontal with that observation, it just makes sense, rather than thinking that, oh, I shouldn't be able to see it and it's lifting it up above the curvature of the Earth. It actually is 24 meters to the focal height, and there's meant to be 34 meters of hidden blockage of water or whatever, but none of that's there, and I see it. So I just wanted to put that in there just to bring it back to a bit of reality, But anyway, crack on, boys.
Yeah, I mean, going into that, I mean, you're talking less than 1/20th of a degree of refraction. So it's not an awful lot. So I see your point. Obviously, your point makes more sense than going into refraction, because you have to do a lot of calculations, a lot of observations, a lot of things that aren't intuitive. But here's the thing: is that your senses can be fooled, and what you see isn't always what's there. Because I mean, everyone accepts that mirages happen, so you can't just rule it out entirely by saying, "Well, it looks flat, therefore."
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's
Can I
less-
can I just
less
come in
than
on
a-
that? Because
go on.
sorry, I just wanted to say that I've done it. I go down to these places and I do the same observations regularly. It's like these aren't one-offs like the Black Swan oil rig situation. This is like whenever it's a clear day, and I'm not talking about a hot day with like loads of where there's a different temperature between the water and the atmosphere. Sorry, atmos. Before I get put right. Yeah, so they're just I've been there lots and lots of times, and it's so therefore it's one of my proofs. I don't expect you to believe me or trust me or anything like that, but
No, I mean, I fully accept I fully accept that works for you, and that's how it appears to you is more intuitive that it's flat than it would be if it has refraction. But when you say you do it all the time, you've got to understand air is there all the time, and air is a medium that will refract light. So you don't live in a vacuum. So the air is always there, and there will always be an element of refraction.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree that if I go there all the time, and if everything's always the same, then. But it's not. Sometimes I go there, and you might have a sort of a situation where the lighthouse may be stretched, or it might be squashed, or if for whatever it's all different shapes down. But I've got some where it's clear. I can see the little door and the little window and the light. It's not like where you just can't see. It's a blur, a white blur somewhere over there. It's just sometimes it's really clear, and sometimes it has some sort of effect. But yeah. Anyway, continue with your conversation, guys, because I didn't mean to sort of come in with that because that leads to other places. But reality is reality. I mean, we can talk about models and what we might see, but it's just what do we see?
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the point of why going by what you can see alone is kind of a false dawn. It gives you false information because you have to know all the temperature variants and all kind of the refractive indexes and all that to be able to work out what you should and shouldn't be able to see on our model, and then put them against your image and stuff like that. It just makes the whole thing really difficult, where you could just say, well, okay, refraction happens. We all know it happens. Do we know this is or isn't refraction? And at that point, we can say, well, don't know, because you can't tell how much refraction you've got.
Don't you think it's incredible that the amount of times I go down there and it just so happens to look like a flat plane over water? It's just such a strange coincidence that water's definitely level when I ever use it as an instrument, and then I look across it and I see things that I see, but then I get told that no, it's not quite like that, and that isn't really there. So anyway, yeah, like I said, we could talk about it for hours on the atmospheric conditions and all that. But
I'm up for polite conversation with anyone. That's obviously if you go there all the time and it looks like that all the time, then you can obviously draw some conclusions from it. But you haven't done everything that you can do to eliminate everything else from it just by giving it an eyeball. So it's amazing that every time you go there it looks the same, but that doesn't mean that there's anything at play there where the ground is actually flat or the water doesn't curve. Like I say, it's going to be 20th of a degree, so it's not a lot that you're asking for the light to curve to you, and it is always going to be travelling through a medium. So maybe you go there quite often, and maybe the medium is often the same density all the way through, and therefore you'll take the same image over and over again.
Yeah, but I've been going there for like a year and a half generally. Through the winter, through the summer, spring, autumn, all these different temperatures, all these, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying that it's always the same. I'm saying there are different.
No, but
one thing that doesn't change is that I can see it.
Yeah, but again, you've always got the atmosphere.
Okay.
So
I don't think we're going to get this. I do know what you're saying, mate, but we're just going to be going back and forth with that. But
I mean, 1/20th of a degree just isn't a lot, and even standard refraction, I think, can give you more than that.
Degree. Can you explain what that is? Then what are you saying? That's a refraction, yeah?
Yeah, if it's about 1 degree every 70 miles, and you're 20 miles then you're less
so
than
this light
1/20th
is
of a degree.
bending around it, is it? Have you got any, you got any like anything to back that up?
What's
Like,
the 1 degree in
in
70
reality?
miles? What's that? What?
Yeah.
The curvature of the Earth. Well, 1 degree is 69 point something miles.
Yeah, you know, a
Oh,
degree isn't a curvature measurement.
You literally measure curves in degrees.
What?
You literally do that.
A degree is an angle measurement in between
No, you
two straight
literally
lines,
measure
right?
curvature. You literally measure curvature in degrees, dude. Literally do. If you look at your protractor, which has a big curve, either one, so you can have your compass or protractor, whichever one you want, you'll notice you measure it in degrees. Both
Yeah,
times.
it's the inclination of two lines, two straight lines from each other, right? That's an angle measurement.
Well, I'm not following what you mean. No, it's the distance from the centre to the outside
No.
around in a radius.
A curvature is, but that's not what an angle is.
Yeah, okay. So you know your protractor,
Yeah.
so the D-shaped bit of plastic that you had at school, right? It's got a centre point in that,
Yeah.
yeah. And then you got your
I've got a
degrees.
big one.
Yeah. You've got your degrees,
It's bigger than yours.
which is from the centre line of that, yeah. But if the line stays the same length, what you end up with is a curve, yeah. So you measure a curve in degrees if the line stays the same length.
In the live stream, right? That's a protractor, 360 degree protractor, and those all it is 360 divisions of a circle,
Yep.
measured as straight lines from the center to the to the circumference, right? The radius of the
That's right.
straight lines, right? So the angle measurement is in between two radiuses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But as long as the distance from the centre to the radius is the same length, then what you'll get is a curve. So that's the reason why you measure the curve in
You don't.
degrees.
No. The curve around the outside is just a convenient shape for the divisions. The angle
The only
is
shape
between
of the
the
Earth.
two straight lines.
Yeah, the curve around the outside makes a perfect sphere because the line never changes length.
Yeah, but I could see that thing in the
Hang on, let's have a look.
in there now. I could chop that and put straight edges all the way around the outside. That wouldn't change the angle measurement at all, because an angle is the inclination of two straight lines or planes to each other.
Where are you? Where's that?
In live stream text.
I haven't got live stream text.
Oh, have you not? Right, where do you want? In the debate
I've
discussion
got
then?
the debate discussion, yeah, that one
Okay.
works.
Okay, I'll put it in there. This is on my whiteboard on my that's my big protractor.
Right. Absolutely. So you see from the absolute centre to the top, that line, that is equidistant all the way around. Yeah. So that's how you measure the degrees of the curvature from the angle from the centre to the outside.
It's from that line, right? It's from the straight line to another straight line. The angle is just the straight lines, right? You can't.
But that will tell you the degrees of curvature.
Yes, but no, it will tell you the degrees within the angle. It won't tell you the amount of curvature.
Yeah, it will tell you the degrees of curvature.
No, it will just tell you the degrees within the angle that you're measuring. The curvature would depend on how big or small the circle was, right? There would be more curvature in a smaller circle over
Yeah.
a degree measurement, right? But that wouldn't make the angle any different. It would just make the size of the circle different, right? So the angle is an angle. and it's not scalable. You need them two straight lines, and as they radiate out, they will gradually get further and further apart, but the angle between them won't get any bigger.
Yeah, but it's linear function. So the curvature. So you've got a really small circle, yeah, and you do the same thing. So you've got a little curve. If you offer that up to a much bigger curve, it will be the same curve. You'll just have a smaller section of it.
Right. So when you say an angle of curvature, like when you say 70 miles is 1 degree, what are you imagining there? Is one, because I know what 1 degree is. Where is your 70 miles? I mean, what are you equating that to?
Center of the Earth to the radius.
The centre of the Earth to the radius?
To the circumference.
To the circumference.
You know what I mean? The outside.
That's not 70 miles, though, is it? What?
No, but the distance between 1 degree is about 69 and a bit miles, isn't it?
I don't know. Is that what? Because that's what I'm trying to get the idea of the curvature. Is that what you imagine the curvature as being? 69 miles in between 1 degree.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
Right. So is that a straight line measurement?
No, because it's only a slight curve.
Oh, right. So, so when you say 1 degree is 69 miles, you mean the curved bit at the end of an angle measurement, the piece of the circumference, right, at the end of 1 degree of an angle measurement is 69 miles, but not 69 miles in a straight line. It's 69 miles in a curved arc.
That's right, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, is that based on the 3959 then? Is that?
Yeah, pretty much.
oh, right.
I didn't do the math specifically to check it out, but it's 69 point something, I think. I worked it out on 4,000 miles fucking ages ago.
How many feet of drop is that?
Over that?
How many
7
feet
miles.
of drop is that? Like 4,000 feet of drop?
Yeah, but can we just go back to the fact that that's not how you measure curvature, right?
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It isn't. It's
How
like
do you measure curvature?
Cleary's just said. How much drop is there? Right. That's how you measure a curvature. You need a drop rate over a certain proportion, right? And you also need to know a radius length to measure curvature, mainly.
If you have the drop length, right, then it would depend on how long your tangent extends for. And once your tangent extends past the circumference, you'll have an infinite drop. So there's no way of measuring a sphere from a tangent.
No. To measure a curve, you need to know radius length. Right? Not the angle or anything.
No.
Because the angle measurement of curvature will be the same all the way around a circle. Once you know how long the radius is, then you know the curvature of the outside of that circle. You don't need to know how many angles you have for the curvature rate. You just need to know how big the radius is, right?
Yeah, but if you wanted to take a specific section of that radius, then you would need to know the degree separation.
The arc length.
Yeah, exactly. So taking a drop from a tangent won't give you that.
No, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to establish why you had a curvature rate in an angular form.
Because that's literally how you measure a curve.
No, it's not. It's not, because we did this. It was one of the basics that we start off with, right? Straight line or a curve, how do you tell the difference? I mean, how would you define a straight line? And how would you define a curved line? What's the difference between the two to you?
I don't know exactly how you would define a straight line over any particular distance. It couldn't be easier. Let's put it that way. You could do it over a very short distance,
Well, go on. You
But
have
you
a go
can
at
do it over a very-
just now. Just have a go at defining a straight line for us.
As in not curving. Honestly, I don't know how you would define a straight line other than it being straight.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Did you ever expect to be stumped by defining a straight line?
Well, honestly, I never thought anyone had asked me the question, define a straight line, because I thought everyone knew the answer of it's just straight, isn't it?
Yeah, you're free from curvature, right? Do you want me
That's
to?
what I
Do you want
would
me to
expect.
tell you why you're struggling with it?
Oh, I wouldn't say I was struggling, Bev. It's just not something that's ever occurred to me to try and define, but go on.
Trying to define a straight line is really difficult because it is an elemental, right? It is an element within geometry. It doesn't need defining because it is the elemental thing that you need in order to define anything, right? You start from a straight line. In order to define curvature, you need the straight line radius length in order to define the curve. You can't define a curve without a radius length.
Have you looked into Euler geometry and Riemann geometry? I'm pretty sure that you don't need a straight line. You just need particular points. You don't even need to be straight between them.
But you do need a fundamental
need to
understanding of what a straight line is, right? To start anything here. You need to know a fundamental understanding that a straight line isn't curved, right? You need to have a straight line to define a curve, and as such, a curve can't be straight and a straight can't be a curved. They are both definitely separated by the fact that one of them isn't the other one.
I'm not going to disagree with
Okay.
that. I mean, I'm just going to add a little bit of scale is a thing, though. There are no perfectly straight lines in the world. That in the universe, there are no perfect spheres either. So
Okay.
the whole thing is an imperfect system.
Okay, brilliant. But how do you define it? You need to know how you define things, right?
Yes, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, if you want to, yeah, go on.
The survey tools, they use straight lines, right?
Say that again, sorry.
The optical auto level, that uses a straight line, right? Your survey?
Yeah, I'm going to go with yes, but no. Yes, it should be a straight line, but of course it doesn't have to be a straight line because there's always atmosphere, so there's always going to be some refraction. So whenever you set up a crosshairs and you look through that, the
How far are you
destination
looking?
well, that's the thing. To scale matters, doesn't it?
Yeah, you've got to stay within range or you're not going to see a straight line, but that's your intent, right? Is to go to a short range without refraction, without perspective, and to measure out a horizontal plane, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah. So how could you measure the shape of a ball if you're using a horizontal plane?
Well, okay. So if you measured a triangle, yeah. So you had three theodolites looking at each other, or auto levels looking at each other, and they were
Go ahead,
a
Doug.
good distance apart. Then you should be able to set up a perfect triangle within them. But if there's any excess to the triangle, then the ground they must be on has to be curved.
Wait, no, sorry. Are you looking at each of these other auto levels? They're looking at each other, are they?
Not the auto levels, just the theodolites. Because I think auto levels actually level themselves. And of course, obviously that is then perpendicular to gravity. So
Okay,
You could never look
yeah,
You
okay.
could never have two looking at each other. But at a theodolite, you could look at each other.
You can never
and-
have two looking at each other. Did you just say?
Well, at auto level.
Yeah.
Not unless you set them up so they're not perfectly level. I wouldn't have thought so, no.
Oh, so you
well,
like you just
over
said
a
you
short-
wouldn't have thought so. You've never actually done that.
Over a short period, over a short distance, I guess you could, but over a long distance,
No.
I can't see how.
Have you done that, or have you just imagined that?
I've never done it, no.
Okay, so it totally imagined then, or has somebody told you that that's what they've done?
Okay, so my girlfriend's dad is he's an architect. He's got the theodolites and stuff. I've seen him set them up. I mean, I've never used one. I've never been that way inclined. I've got no interest in that. But he sets them up so they are level with a spirit level on top of them. So I guess if you're a distance away,
Sorry,
know how
he
they can have
does.
a look at each
He
other.
does what?
they've got a built-in spirit level on whatever the tool is he was using. It's got a built-in spirit level. It levels itself.
Okay, well, yeah, you don't know much about surveying, so let's go back to the theodolites, right? So you've got
Yeah.
3 theodolites, and a theodolite is a tool. It's not as accurate as an auto level, but you can measure angles with it, right? So
Yeah, there's no reason why not.
okay, we've just done this with Gem, and we did it the other day as well. So you've got 3 theodolites, or you don't necessarily have to have 3 theodolites. Let's say you've got 3 mountains or 3 peaks of mountains, right? And you
Right,
get your
okay.
theodolite and you go to mountain A, and then you look at mountain B, and you sight the angle from B to C, right? And then you mark that angle down, you measure it, write it down, and then you go to the other. You go to B, mountain.
So yeah, I get it. The angle that you're talking about, was that your inclination angle? So the up and down, or was that left to right angle?
Yeah, it's just left
I mean,
to right.
I-
We're just sighting from A to B, not
Yeah, so
upwards or downwards. We're just looking along the crosshair that goes vertically on the thing. So we just put it on that, and move across to the other one, and measure the angle in between the two.
Yeah. So have you lined that up with a magnetic north, and then you're saying the degrees off magnetic north when you're looking?
Well, no.
Or are you saying up and down? Because up and down won't give you any spherical excess. It's the left and right of it that gives you the excess.
No, we've got a mountain. We're at mountain peaks. There's 3 mountain peaks, right? We'll call one of them A, one of them B, and one of them C.
Right.
And we're going to put a rod right on the top of each one of these, right? So we can see that rod from each of the other peaks. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to A, right? And we're going to set up our theodolite right on where this rod is on A, and we're going to plumb bob ourselves right over the top of that mark, and then we're going to look at A, right? And we're
Right.
going to get that sighted on that vertical crosshair, so it's bang on that pole on A, right? We're going to zero our angle measurement, so it reads 0. We are then going to turn.
Are you going to zero it?
Pardon?
Because wouldn't 0 be perfectly vertical and horizontal on that crosshair?
No, not horizontal. No, we're just zeroing the angle that we are going to turn the theodolite through. We're not going to adjust the inclination on the horizontal and lift it up or down. We're not touching that at all. We're just
Right,
Right, so you're just
turning
moving
it.
that, right,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, sorry, Bev. Yeah, you got 360 degrees on the bottom of this, so you can, each 1 degree. Yeah, 360
Yeah.
degrees of rotation.
Yeah, an auto
Yeah,
level's
yeah,
got
I'm with
that.
you.
So
I'm with you.
you zero it and you measure the angle from A to B. Right?
Yeah.
You write that angle down, then you go to place B, and we do the same. So we go to all 3 of these peaks of the mountains and we measure those angles.
Yeah.
Right? So we've sighted 3 angles in between, right? Now,
Yeah.
What would you say the angles we are going to, when we get them and add them up, what would you say we will get?
You're going to, you're going to get 180 degrees inside that.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
triangles have 180 degrees, right?
Right.
Okay.
But you haven't allowed for any excess.
What do you mean we haven't allowed for any excess?
Right.
We've not measured any excess, though, have we?
Hang on. No, not the way you did it, because you've gone laterally. So you've gone the wrong orientation to get the excess.
What do you mean?
Because, yes, between those 3 points, you've got a triangle.
Yeah.
But when you're at point A,
Yeah.
vertical and point B, vertical, are two different verticals. So you have to take point A's vertical off by some degrees and point it downwards. Same with B, same with C. And then once you've done that, you can tell how many degrees off the vertical you pointed them down to sight each other. Then you get the spherical excess.
No.
Not from side to side, top to bottom.
No, see, when we've got the position, we put our theodolite at point A, and we put a little plumb bob thing on the underneath, and we put it right over where that pole was. Right? So it is vertically right above where the pole is. And then when we're looking, we're looking to the other side, right? And we are measuring to the pole on point A and point B, right? It's just that angle between the two poles at the top of a mountain.
Yeah, but you're using, so that 360 degree dial that you've got there, you're using it that way, so it's moving from left to right.
Yeah.
The spherical excess won't come from the left to right measurement. It's going to go from the vertical to horizontal measurement.
What?
Yeah, because the Earth isn't going to curve away in the way you're saying it will. It's going to curve away. So any point you're at on a sphere, you're always going to be at the top of the sphere. And at every point that you look away from moves downwards away from you, yeah? So it moves downwards away from you, not to the left or to the right. So because you're turning left or right, you'll still have 180 degrees within that triangle. The
Yeah.
problem is the level, the vertical from each point will be different. You know, you have to nose down the theodolite on each point. The amount that you've nosed it down will tell you the spherical excess.
No, it won't, because, like I said, we've got a vertical line on the theodolite, right, or the auto level, right? There is a vertical crosshair and then a horizontal crosshair. Now, because we are sighting from the vertical crosshair from one side to the other, whether you angle the telescope nose down or up won't affect the angle of that vertical crosshair within the scope at all.
Not the vertical one, no. Not looking through the scope. You'll measure the degrees on the machine itself.
Yeah.
Because not only is it's got like a gimbal that it sits on, not only does it rotate as a 360 degrees one way, it's actually got an orientation up and down on the thing.
Yeah. Theodolite has, it's got a scope. But like I say, if you angle that down or up a degree or two, it won't alter the inclination of that vertical crosshair within the scope. And that's what you're using to sight the pole.
No, but it will move the horizontal crosshair down.
Yeah, but what's the horizontal crosshair doesn't matter at all when you are making an angular measurement.
When you're making a triangle, yes. So from left to right, up and down doesn't matter. But when you're mapping it out on a three-dimensional object, down does matter. Because otherwise you'll be striking a tangent way off into the air, if you see what I mean. You've got to angle it down to meet the next one. And it's that angle that you measure to get your spherical excess. Not the left to right of it, the up and down of it.
Yeah,
So
I think you're really confused here.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we're just on the horizontal, right?
Yeah, but if you have to nose down, what would be the reason if it were flat? You shouldn't have to nose down.
Maybe,
fact that you
maybe
nose down gives you the
listen,
extra.
gently. If
Can I come in here? Because I'm
Go on.
trying to understand it as well. So what you're saying is I thought the question was the degrees in the triangle. How many degrees are in the triangle?
yeah,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I can't see how the angle is going to change if you're basing it on like an elevation. I mean, the angle to one point to another 3 point won't change. Am I right? I mean,
yeah. It's the vertical,
How's
the
that gonna
vertical
change?
crosshair
Okay.
doesn't matter where you're pointing it, does it? That's why I don't think an auto
imagine
level.
you're drawing a straight line on a football, right? Or it's just a curved smooth surface.
What?
You can sight the straight line and it will stay straight. And then
You
you
won't-
can
no, but
turn-
you can't sight the point at the other end of the line because there is a curved surface in between.
exactly why you have to nose the thing down.
What? I think you're confused. You should definitely have a
Well,
word
I-
with someone about either geometry, how triangles are formed, or
Well,
preferably
I think-
have a word with a surveyor about how they measure angles.
I think you know exactly what I'm saying.
No, honestly, I'm not joking with you, gently.
Okay.
Honestly,
Just conceptualise this then, Bev. You draw a straight line on a ball, yeah? It doesn't curve left or right, does it? It just goes straight away from you. So draw it away from you, it goes in a straight line away from you. Yeah? But it only ever drops downwards. It doesn't veer left or veer right, it goes downwards. Yeah? And then you turn yourself a little bit because you want to make a triangle. So you draw another straight line, but that straight line drops downwards. It doesn't veer left and it doesn't veer right. The spherical excess comes from the vertical drop that you have to nose down every time you want to sight each other, and the distances between the two.
gently.
It's not the inside of the triangle that changes. Right. Now, if you do this over more than one point, so on 3 points, yeah, you're going to make that triangle. But if you do this on more, so you try and stitch together several triangles, what you'll find is this continuous spherical excess that you'll get.
I really think you're confused, gently.
So you can't draw a straight line on a football, is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying that if you sight triangles, and when I'm saying sighting, I'm saying you put the crosshair on point A, and you measure the angle from A to B, and you end up with the crosshair being on B, then that is called a sighted angle, and the angle in between the two is the natural angle. Right? It doesn't need anything adding to it or finding any extra excess, right?
No,
You are
so-
only going to measure the angle from point A to point B.
No, it's not just the angle in between. So you've got a V coming out. So when you're standing on point A, you measure to point B and point C, and you get a V, yeah? Now, you're talking about the angle between the two arms of that V.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm talking about the angle that you have to drop the nose of the machine down to sight the other ones.
You
That
don't
is
know
where
you've
the
got
excess comes in.
Let me get a. Have you have actually looked through the crosshairs, right, of a theodolite or
Like I
anything?
say,
have you?
it's never been something I've been particularly interested in, to be honest.
So
with you.
you've never
But, yeah,
even looked through them. I'll
I had
show-
a quick play with one.
Okay.
But there's no need to, because conceptually I could understand the point. So that you don't get an excess on the one triangle, because that would mean that each arm of the triangle would have to go out as a curve and come back to a point. Yeah? You see what I'm saying to you? You can't have that because you're not doing that. The spherical excess doesn't come from that.
Right, okay. Here's a picture of my lad holding a thing through the. That's the full. Right. Maybe not one of the best. That's not that clear, is it?
Okay.
Let me find another one. There you go. Maybe not. It's not vertical because I'm looking over the side, right? You see that line that goes vertically?
Yes.
Right, so if you're measuring an angle, it doesn't matter where that horizontal line is. The horizontal line's above my head, but that horizontal line could be at my feet. It won't matter where that is compared to the vertical. And now when you're measuring a vertical, you're only measuring the angle between the vertical line, right? It doesn't matter where the point is on that vertical line, whether where the horizontal line is, right?
See, that's the assertion you're making. And
It doesn't alter anything for the angle that you're going to make from one
No, it
point to
doesn't.
the other.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
You're correct. I'm not arguing with that point. What I'm telling you is that if you have to set that machine up, so you look through and you see that guy there and it's perfectly vertical, you shouldn't have to angle it down. So if you get from point A, point B, point C, and you measure all of these, and you have to angle each point downwards.
Why do you have to angle each point down?
Because
That's what
if you're
I'm
on
saying.
top of a sphere, anytime you want to measure a spherical object,
Right.
when you measure it, you're going to get this spherical excess. The excess doesn't come like where those straight lines of a triangle are all curved in the respect that you're talking about. It's that they're curved downwards. Not. Oh my God. Imagine a V. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's two sides of a triangle. Yeah. Now imagine the V where you've got two curved lines. That's what you're imagining spherical excess is. That's not what spherical excess is. Spherical excess is that V, instead of looking at it, you turn it sideways, so all you can see is a straight line, and you bend it. That's the spherical excess.
Yeah, but you're just measuring from point to point.
Yes,
Like-
internally of those angles.
Yeah, but
yeah.
no. From the top of the mountain, you are measuring from the top of the mountain, right? The angle from each peak of the mountain to each other peak of the mountain, right?
Agreed.
Right. Well, where's your up and down coming from? What are you talking about there?
If at every point you have to nose down from the vertical, then you'll get a spherical excess.
What do you mean nose down?
Put that horizontal line. So
Yeah.
there's a vertical on the machine, yeah? And if you have to tilt it off vertical, so the nose of the machine is pointing down, you point that horizontal line downwards to see the next thing that you're trying to focus on, then that degree, and then the degree on the other side and the degree on that side gives you the spherical excess. You don't get a curved line between the 3 points for spherical excess. That's not how it works.
Okay. Well, I'm still not with you. I'm not so sure you understand. So you're saying what you can do is you can measure a triangle and get 180 degrees.
Yeah, of course you can.
Right. Okay. Well, no, I mean like from these top of these mountains, right? We're gonna measure like you've said. We're just measuring angles, and you've said that we get 180 degrees.
Absolutely.
Right, so then how do we get that triangle that we've just measured at 180 degrees to have more than 180 degrees, please? How do you imagine that happens?
Right, so what you have to do is that one triangle isn't enough to get the spherical excess going, so you make the V curved. One triangle isn't enough to do that, right? You have to build another triangle and another triangle and another triangle. So you've got the one triangle in the middle, the first one that you did, and the ones either side of that.
Do you mean the ones either side of it?
Like I just said, you've got to add some more triangles.
Well, we just
So
add
the
a
one that you've
couple
got-
more points.
Yeah, for the one that you've done, that isn't enough, because you will have 180 degrees inside of one. But the more you add together on a curved surface, the more you'll see that you cannot get every point to line up if it were flat.
Have you ever tried to draw a a triangle with more than 180 degrees in it?
Absolutely have, yeah.
Right, you have actually done
I
that,
have
have you?
actually done that. Yep, 100%. I have done that. Yes.
Okay. So you could draw triangles like that and put more of them together and get them to have more than 180 degrees in, could you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And like, can I just check that an angle is the inclination of two straight lines towards each other, right? From each other. And a triangle is three of those angles.
Yes,
It-
but if the inclination
It's a
is
shape
off
with
vertical,
three of those angles, right?
yes, yeah. But if the inclination is off vertical, then you're going to get a spherical excess.
No, you just have an angle, a triangle on
Hang
on
on,
a plane, wouldn't you?
Let me. Okay, so you've gone through some conceptual idea with me. So let me give you one. So we're on a flat plane, right? We've got three mountains, and they're all equal height. Yeah.
Do you want to go to the?
Why?
Do you want to go
Why
to the board?
would we need to? Hey?
Do you want to go to the board? We can. Oh wait a minute.
I can't hear.
Let me set this up just a minute. Go on, keep going. You.
So you're on a flat plane, and you've got three mountains. They're all equal heights. Yeah.
Okay.
And you set your level, you set your sights up on each of those, right? Why would you ever need to angle the nose of the thing downwards to sight each side?
You wouldn't need to do that anyway, because like I say, you've got a vertical crosshair. That you don't need to angle anything down because you just line it up on that vertical crosshair.
That's the point, Bev. So if you ever had to, then there'd be excess in your triangle.
What if you? No, angling that thing doesn't really matter. It doesn't make any difference to that vertical crosshair.
That's what I'm telling you. It actually does. You're
No,
saying
it doesn't. Oh, yeah,
and
I'm
I think
telling
that's
you,
where
it doesn't.
You've got the misconception. It
No.
does. I promise you.
Oh right.
Yeah,
Who's told you
absolutely
that?
does.
Who's told you that?
Bev, because I can work it through in my mind. I don't need to be told that, Bev. I really don't. I can work that through in my mind. If you're on a flat Earth and you have 3 points that are at equal heights, you would never need to do anything other than have them all vertical. If at any point you have to take them all off vertical to point to each other, then that degree that you've moved, that is your spherical excess on that triangle.
Right.
Because you're working from one triangle, you don't see that all the lines are actually curved. Unless you could, but the problem is, you could never sight the North Pole to the equator from sort of 0 degrees to 90 degrees and then back up to the North Pole. You can't sight that. So it's impossible. So you have to do it in much, much smaller triangles. But when you add all those triangles together, you end up with more than 180 degrees. But doing it from one triangle, like you're suggesting, the curve goes away from you, downwards. So if you have to point downwards with your scope every time you move positions, then your excess is right there in that degree, from vertical to horizontal, not from left to right through the 360 degrees. Not there.
Right, can you see my my video camera?
Hang on a minute. What are you in?
It's just on the. Is it in the live stream or whatever? You're in the live stream with us. I've got my camera switched on, so there should be.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, hang on. I can see you got a camera symbol up. You've got a camera symbol up, but I don't see any picture.
Is it not? Is it not showing?
I don't. Like I say, you've got a camera symbol, but no picture.
Oh well, it's not going to be worth showing you that then.
Yeah, I'm on there, so it is running. It's just you may not be able to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
are you on your mobile, on your phone or something?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm on my
left.
phone, so I can see it.
He's gone.
I mean, we might have accidentally pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, he might have done a runner. Cleary, are you there? Oh no, he's not even listening.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I dropped out there looking for it. No, I can't see anything on
Yeah.
there.
Okay. I'm struggling to understand what you mean with the nosing it down and how you gain extra angles by not understanding what that vertical crosshair is for.
Right, I'm not telling you gain any more inside your 180 triangle. Not from one triangle, you can't do that.
Well, how do you measure a spherical excess in a triangle if you
From
only...
one-
Yeah, well, it's the angles that you're measuring, right, within that triangle. And if you're only
so-
measuring 180 degrees in every triangle, how do you end up getting more than 180 degrees?
Because when you add them all together, the
Well, no.
distances between them.
No, we've just
this is the
added,
thing.
we've just
You
done a
can't do it.
triangle, right? We've just measured it. You've said it's 180 degrees. Now, we've measured that triangle at 180 degrees. How does measuring another triangle affect the one that we've already just measured at 180? How do we add more angles to a triangle by measuring a different triangle? It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, it does. You've got to do it on a three-dimensional surface, not a two-dimensional surface. So if you try to do that on a ball, just get yourself a polystyrene ball and just try and draw some straight lines in there. Now, you'll be able to get one where you measure all the angles, yeah? But you won't be able to cover the entire thing with 180-degree triangles and not measure an excess.
Right.
It's not possible, Bev.
Could what I could do is put a few bits of plasticine on so I can see each of the other bits on the top of a ball, right? I could do that for you right now if I had a ball, and I can't do it. Just put pins in it, right? And then put a piece of cotton around those pins around the top of him, right? Then that triangle that I made there would have 180 degrees in it.
Okay, Bev, just humour me. Go and get yourself a polystyrene ball or one of those cheap flyaway footballs from the pound shop or whatever. Right, draw a line around the equatorial plane, a line around
Yeah. See, but you're not
vertical
going to
plane.
be able to sight the other point from each
Exactly, Bev.
point.
That's why you've got to add more triangles together, and that's when you start seeing the spherical excess. The spherical excess on one triangle, like the example you're giving me, goes curving away from you and downwards. That's the reason why you know that if you have to angle the nose down on all your instruments, that there's a spherical excess in that measurement.
I'm
Just 2 seconds. Hold on, 2 seconds. I watched a we were looking at a picture yesterday, a still frame picture, and it was of a mountain in Asia, or two mountains, one looking at another, but both similar heights, and you could see the other mountain peak, 8,000 meters approximately each. Now, if there was another mountain, say to the right of the two, and that was 8,000 ish meters as well, and then you did exactly what Bev said, then that would be the 180 in the triangle, right?
Yes.
That's in
Absolutely.
the real world, though. That's in the real world, and they're 120 miles away from each other. These things.
Okay, I'm going to give you that and go, yes, that you're absolutely right. Yes, you'll get 180 degrees inside of your triangle there. Yeah.
Okay, right. So that's. I'm glad you're there. I mean, I'm just trying to get my head around it as well. So okay, yep.
Right.
If you were going to say
Well-
no, then there might be a problem. But okay.
No, I'll give you that. Because there's no reason why not, because each of your lines is going to be straight, and you're not going to cover enough of a sphere with any kind of visibility there to actually get any spherical excess on one triangle. It's impossible. So, yeah, I'm going to give you that, absolutely. But if at the top of every mountain you establish an absolute vertical with a spirit level, yeah? And at the top of every mountain... Hang on,
No, you don't
hang
establish
on.
a vertical with a spirit level.
hasn't your machine got a little bubble on the top of it?
The auto level.
Yeah, hasn't that got a little bubble on the top so you know it's level?
Yeah, it
Because
does.
I'm pretty sure my girlfriend's dad did have one of those.
It's got a little tiny bubble level, right?
Yeah, but yeah, okay. So this is
Sounds
only
to me
accurate.
like a little dumpy one, like mine. Is it like a
I'd-
circular? Is it circular with a little bubble in the middle?
Let me, I've got one here. I'll
yeah,
take
I mean-
a picture of it quick.
Yeah, it had a little bubble on the top anyway. So let me get back to my point. Whereas if you were on the top of every mountain and you had to take that machine and put the bubble out of whack, so the nose of the thing was pointing downwards, right? That there, the angle that you've moved it on each top of every peak would give you the excess of the triangle. Does that make sense?
No.
Hello?
No. I'm gonna show you the bubble in my level. See if that's what you mean, right? There's my level. And can you see the bubble within the mirror there? Is that what you mean by?
Is it? Hang on, you in this debate discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Is that what you mean by a spirit level?
I don't know what orientation that is.
It's
I'm
just
pretty
that-
sure the girlfriend's dad had it on the top.
But you can see through that mirror. That mirror's pointing at 45 degrees and it's pointing downwards into that little hole. And that little hole has a little bubble level in it. Can you see that? And you can see where the bubble isn't in the middle because I've just put it on the table in front of me.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean,
is that what you mean by a spirit level on it?
Yeah, so what I'm looking at there looks nothing like the girlfriend's dad's because he had his machine had it on the top. So I don't know the orientation of your machine there, but it looks like it's on the side of it. I don't quite know how that works, but it was on the top. It was like a dome on the top, bubble in the top. Couldn't miss it.
Okay. But it does the same thing, right? That levels the tool.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'll accept that if that's what you're telling me that does. That's fine, yeah. One of those. But here's the thing. If you're at the top of every mountain and you had to make it unlevel to sight the other target, that degree that you move it is a measurable amount. Yeah? And the more you do that, you can add those degrees together, and that will give you a spherical excess within the triangle.
But, what you're not getting here is the fact that when you look through the sight, you have a vertical crosshair.
Yeah, you got vertical and horizontal, but the horizontal is only horizontal when that bubble is in the middle. When that bubble is out of the middle, then you're no longer horizontal.
Yeah, you're probably
That's
no
what I'm
longer
talking
vertical either. If the horizontal isn't horizontal, then the vertical isn't vertical. They both need to be the same, right? The bubble needs to be in the middle in order to make the level the tool that it is. If that bubble isn't in the middle and the auto level isn't working, right, then that doesn't occur.
Yeah, but in your example, you're saying that when that bubble is right in the middle, you can see every mountain. And I'm saying that's not what you'll get in reality. So
No.
there's a
What I'm
disparity here
saying
because-
is the vertical crosshair that you look through the scope doesn't matter where the orientation of the horizontal line, because with it being a theodolite, right? You can zero the left and right angle, right? So you can put it on A, zero it, and then move to B and read the measurement, and that will give you the angular measurement, right? Now you can tilt the actual call it a telescope piece that you have within a theodolite, right? You can, if it's at horizontal, it's at, let's call it at 0. Yeah?
Yeah.
So you could move that down to 5 degrees below, right? And the vertical crosshair that you already have through that scope won't change. It won't matter anything, and it won't change the angular measurement that you're going to make either.
No, the internal angles will not change, and if that bubble stays level, but you angle the nose piece down, the degree in which you angle that front piece down, that there is a measurement.
Well, it's just a different angle, but I mean, it won't alter where the vertical crosshair goes.
Not the vertical, but the horizontal would be lower than horizontal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it would be measurably lower than horizontal, but it won't add any extra angles onto the triangle that you're going to measure,
No, it won't.
the angle
no,
that you're going to measure.
No, it absolutely won't.
Right.
I agree, Beth. I agree. So we're there. We've got that bit. Now, I was thinking when you angled it forward, the bubble on the top would be out, but you're saying you can actually angle the crosshairs downwards. Well, okay, but then if you angle that 5 degrees down, and you have to do that at the top of every mountain, why did you angle them all downwards?
No, you wouldn't. How would you angle them all downwards? How would you think that would be possible?
Because the Earth's a sphere, and you would have to angle it downwards to sight the next mountain.
Well, what if one mountain's above the other one? Like, wouldn't that angle it upwards?
Yeah, no, absolutely agree with you there.
Right,
because this goes back to what I was saying about just doing it with one triangle would be difficult. This is the reason why it's not done with just one triangle.
So if we draw one triangle and we get 180 degrees, and then we use one side of that triangle, right, to measure another triangle.
Yep, and you keep going and you build a much bigger triangle from your original triangle.
Yeah, but all the triangles would have straight sides.
Yep.
And
but you will get to a point on a sphere where the internal angles will be greater than 180 degrees.
What?
Just map it out on a football, dude. If you think I'm wrong, just
no.
get yourself one of those cheap
we've got straight lines with these triangles.
They're straight lines. They're straight on one axis, but not straight on every axis. So that's the point. Whereas when you map it around a 3D object, you'll find you're getting a greater than what you would do on a 2D object.
Do you think you can possibly?
You'll get 180.
You think you can possibly map a straight-sided triangle onto a spherical object? Can you?
Yeah, 100% done it.
You've mapped a straight planar triangle.
Yeah, I've used straight. Okay, so I don't know if I've told you before, I do fabrication, machine work, stuff like that. We're still classic cars for a living at the moment, but yeah, I used to do gates and railings and stuff like that. And I've done some, I've done some bespoke works and whatever, but I've carved an aluminium sphere into some triangles like that. And I used the plane of my bench and just marked, so I measured halfway up the sphere, and I just marked lines across the sphere, and then rotated the sphere 180 degrees from that, marked some more lines using my bench and just a scriber, yeah. So just a block, scriber, and scribe a line around the aluminium block until, as I rotated it around more and more and more, I got a set of lines all the way around this sphere. So I knew exactly where to cut. They were all straight lines because they were all measured from the bench. But any time I wanted to measure an angle in between there, it would be greater than 180 degrees. That's the reason why I didn't just mark it out with a bit of tape and a protractor. I couldn't do it that way because it never came out as a triangle if I wanted to take a quarter of the sphere away.
Okay. Are you very geometrical then? Right, do you...
Well, I studied geometry, I did A-level physics and whatever. Maths and physics were never my strongest suit, but yeah, I understand enough about it.
Have you heard of Gauss?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of Gaussian curvature? Or Gaussian curvature, however you want to. However you want to call it.
No, go on. It rings a bell, but
Okay.
not specifically.
I'll put a thing in the chat for you, right? In debate discussion.
Okay, cool.
Okay, right. So this is it's Gaussian curvature, right?
Right. Okay.
And it sort of tells you about the curvature of a surface. I mean, this is basically how they discover the shape of a surface, right?
Right. Okay.
So it says in there, if you read through it, let me get it back again. Example of a sphere of radius r has a Gaussian curvature 1 over r squared everywhere, right? And a flat plane and a cylinder have Gaussian curvature 0 everywhere, right? So
Right, okay.
there
I'm
is
with you.
it's a way of telling the shape of an object, right? You see the way a cylinder has 0 curvature, but that's because it has a developable surface. Is that what they call it, right? If you're a fabricator, you should know what that is, right? A developable surface. It means you can make a sheet metal thing, and you can make that shape from that developable surface, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
now
can do that from 2 dimensions. Yeah.
it says the relation to geometries within it. So when a surface has 0 Gaussian curvature, then it is a developable surface, and the geometry of the surface is Euclidean geometry.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
When a surface has positive Gaussian curvature, then it is a sphere, and the geometry of the surface is spherical geometry. Right?
Yeah.
When a surface has constant negative Gaussian curvature, then it's a pseudo-spherical surface, inclined, and the geometry of the surface is hyperbolic geometry. 3 different geometries for 3 different surfaces, right?
Okay. Yeah. I'm with
Now,
you.
what geometry are we using when we are measuring angles?
Euclidean, usually.
Okay, right. So we can take it from that the surface is going to have 0 Gaussian curvature, and it's going to be called a developable surface, and the geometry that we use on that particular surface is Euclidean geometry, right?
No. No.
That's why we're using Euclidean geometry.
No, if you think about Euclidean geometry, going back to the protractor, yeah, you use Euclidean geometry, but you can model a curved surface. And if you
Definition of an
that
angle, though,
picture,
right? The definition of an angle is marked within Euclidean geometry. So, and we are using Euclidean geometry. Surveyors use Euclidean geometry for all the reason we've just expressed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are using a developable surface, and that's the reason we are using, through Gauss, right? This Gauss sorted this. I mean, I'm not the one that sorted this, right? Gaussian curvature is that this is how you develop mathematically in geometry, how you tell which geometry you're using.
Yeah, but think about this logically, Bev. What you're saying is the Earth could be a cylinder as well.
It's developable surface, right?
You're right. So Earth could be a cylinder.
Okay, well, have you like, if you do fabrication, you know what a developable surface is, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just a 2D surface. It's just a flat surface.
And
that you can
mathematics
work
is a
into.
smooth surface with 0 Gaussian curvature. That is, it is a surface that can be flattened onto a plane without distortion.
Yep. Yeah. I'm with you.
Okay.
So, but then with that logic, Earth could be a cylinder.
Yeah, it could be a cone, an oloid, a sphericon. Yeah.
yeah. But you get into the realms of ridiculous there, though, Dave. You've got to feel that.
A torus has a metric under which it's developable, right? So there's loads. Yeah, torus.
No, you can't flatten that out.
So it says there, you can. The torus has a metric under which it is developable, which can be embedded into three-dimensional space by the Nash embedding theorem, and has a simple representation in 4 dimensions as the Cartesian product of 2 circles. See Clifford torus.
Yeah, no,
Right. Okay.
yep, absolutely.
So the
But using
application developable surfaces have several practical applications, right? Many cartographic projections, including projecting Earth to a developable surface and then unrolling the surface into a region on a plane, right? Importing and manufacturing objects from sheet metal, cardboard, plywood, and industries developed surfaces extensively is shipbuilding. I would imagine fabrication and all of that, right?
Yeah, no, I've
Okay.
used that myself.
Right. So
I've marked several shapes out in Euclidean geometry and formed them into other shapes.
right,
Shapes.
non-developable surfaces, most smooth surfaces and most surfaces in general are not developable surfaces.
But
Right.
again, I've made a sphere out of a piece of steel,
Yeah, but they're not
and
developable surfaces,
didn't-
right?
I didn't have to deform it with I didn't have to beat it into a sandbag and then put it through the English wheel. I didn't have to do that, because you can just cut a load of like half circles into into a piece of tin and just roll them round, and you get something that is almost spherical down to the nth degree spherical.
Okay, right. Well, it says here that the non-developable surface has double curvature, double curved compound curvature, right?
Compound curves, yeah, pain in the arse to
Right.
make. Yeah,
A
I know.
sphere
continuous
spheres
compound
are
curve.
not developable surfaces under any metric, as they cannot be unrolled
If you-
onto a plane.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so if you have a look at that sphere that you've got there with the lines around it, yeah, if you cut each one of those out and just tack the corners together out of a piece of steel, you can have a 99% spherical object. And the smaller those little cutouts are, the more round it will be.
Yeah, but in Gaussian curvature, right, a sphere is not a developable surface, right?
Yeah.
Therefore, Euclidean geometry is not used. But you said you are using Euclidean geometry. So how can you
Hang on, yeah.
use Euclidean geometry on a non-developable surface?
Scale matters.
Do you, like we did this
If-
with Kosho the other
it's
day.
non-develop-
What do you
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
How do you scale a straight line?
Just make it longer.
Okay.
Okay,
So scale doesn't matter then.
So-
Like it's like a circle. How do you scale a circle?
I'm making it bigger. Scale
Right.
does matter.
Yeah, but what
Obviously
scale
scale matters.
is the circle? What scale
What
is the
scale?
straight line?
Depends what scale you want it to be.
What do you mean? It doesn't. No, you have to define a scale.
It's the size of a sphere. That's the scale of it. The
No,
size.
that's the size of it. That would be the dimensions
scale.
of the radius.
Okay, well, let's go with that being massive then. It
But
doesn't matter
that's
what you know
not
what I'm talking
scale. That's just
Yes,
the
it is.
size.
about. Okay, you know that little circle that you've got on that little sphere that you've got on my screen here, which is probably maybe 10, maybe 15 mil diameter,
I don't know. What's
25,000 miles. Scale. That 10 mil to 25,000 miles. That is the scale. Okay? So When you scale that up to the size of the Earth,
1 centimetre to 25,000 miles.
yeah, then we've got a scale, haven't we?
You'd have to do inches, though, wouldn't you? Inches to miles. You'd adding
Yeah,
centimetres
yeah.
to miles wouldn't work, would it?
Okay, yeah. I was just giving you an example of the scale difference between what I can
Yeah, but
see on that screen
Yeah,
and the Earth.
a scale would be 1 to something, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's a ratio scale.
Yeah, that's right. So I've got an inch on the screen there, and we've got 25,000 miles in circumference.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we've got a scale.
1 to
Right.
25,000.
Yeah. So on top of that 25,000 mile sphere, it would be quite easy to use Euclidean geometry because there'd be so little curvature between point A, point B, and point C that it would be negligible.
Well, no, because you'd be on a sphere, and a sphere is a non-developable surface, and therefore you would have to be using non-Euclidean. You'd have to be using spherical geometry, surely. If you're on a sphere, you use
You
spherical
can.
geometry. If you're on a plane, or using a developable surface, then you use Euclidean geometry.
But again, scale matters.
And I'm saying if
So
you
when
are
you're talking
on
about
a
something really
sphere,
small-
right? Because a sphere is Euclidean. You know? Did you
Yes,
notice
but
the
when
way I
it is
said
in
that?
Yes. When it's in such epic proportions, it'd be hard to tell if it was a sphere or not. That's my point. And you know it.
Well, so you can't tell.
Well, I can't look out my bedroom window and see the curve of the Earth. No, can you?
No, but that's what we're doing, right? You're using everything Euclidean geometry, and everything that you use points towards Euclidean geometry, and yet you're still imagining some sort of a thing that you can't even see. You don't even know
Because
that's there or not.
Because when you use Euclidean geometry over a large area, you have to take into account excess. So why would they
Excess
take in this
from
excess?
where? Who's taking in excess? You've
Spherical
just
excess.
explained to us you can measure a triangle from the top of mountains and only get
Don't put words in my
180
mouth.
degrees.
Don't put words in my mouth. I told you, that triangle is a single triangle and it's small. You'd have to make a much larger triangle out of much smaller triangles. That's what I've told you. Not anything else.
But how do you add a load of triangles together that have 180 degrees and end up with a triangle with more than 180 degrees?
Because the straight lines are only straight on one axis. When you turn the thing around, it's a curved line. That's how. Try it on a football yourself.
Not football.
And I think you know.
They're just
Bev, you're just trying to be
mountains.
silly about it. Exactly. So if you have to angle the thing downwards to sight each one,
No,
then there's an excess.
you're doing really badly here, gently.
No, Bev, you are.
Yeah,
you are.
the surveyors
You're-
are going to
you're
be
purposely-
having a go at you. Sure.
Are they?
Yeah,
think?
yeah, they are. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Because of what, Bev?
Because you're imagining spherical excess wrongly.
What?
Yeah,
You can't-
I know
you
you.
get
I know.
spherical excess.
You know your problem is you're still living in reality, and your triangles that you're using are reality triangles. Like all of the laws of geometry that you're using are still going with what you understand, right? But somebody's told you along the line somewhere something about spherical excess, right?
No.
Now nobody's
it's on
told
the
you
maps,
about that.
Bev. It's on the maps, Bev. Maps are to scale.
Yeah, I
Scale
know.
matters. Maps are to scale.
Yes, they're the same
Well,
scale.
therefore, if you get-
They are the same scale all the way across, from one corner to the other, centre, other corner, all extremities are the same scale all over.
Okay, so I'm not on about the little A to Z. I'm on about the big maps. You know, when you want to sail or fly or whatever.
Like
the big maps.
like the
When you add
UK,
all those,
like a map of
when
the
you add all
UK,
those when you add all those together, and
like,
you get
like
the
an
rose composition-
OS map of the UK.
No,
No,
bigger than that. Yeah, bigger than that.
what? So there's no curvature on the UK, is there not?
Of course there is.
Well-
But there'd be more if you do it topographically. There'd be more topography than there would be curvature. So it really doesn't matter on that scale. I'm talking about going from the North Pole down to the equator, round a quarter of the Earth, and back up to the North Pole.
What's a
That's the type of triangle I'm talking about.
what's a
Not-
spherical square look like? Have you ever seen one of them?
a spherical. What has that got to do with anything, Beth?
Well, because the UK, in the UK, we have OS maps. Right now, we don't have latitude and longitude. We have grid reference, right?
Right. Okay.
Well, they're squares.
Right.
Now, all of those squares have the same sizes, right? They're not triangles, they're squares. But, I mean, you could imagine them being triangles by just putting a line through them, right? You could make them loads of little triangles. Now, all of those fit on a map to the scale. They would all have the same scale. All of the squares on the map are all the same scale. All the way across.
Right. Okay. So
And there's straight
Well,
lines.
what about the US, Canada, or across Russia or whatever? You can have ordnance survey maps of that, but when you put them all together, it's not going to be a big flat surface bed.
Why not?
Try it.
They're all flat maps.
You think?
Yeah, they are. Maps are flat. All maps are flat.
They're not.
Yeah, they are flat, and they are flat because of geometry. Euclidean
So if you have a
geometry.
look at the- if you
Because
have a look
that's
at
how
Siler's
surveyors
map,
use.
Yeah, if you have a look at like Siler's maps, they've got actually a compass rose on it. It tells you the orientation of north at that point. So when you add all these maps together and you orientate them all the same way around, you make a big sphere. So you're talking about these little maps, which, yeah, fair enough, that's a little map. And like I said, the topography of the surface would overcome most curvature there anyway. Especially if you're
What
looking
do you
at a
mean
map
the
over the
topography?
Himalayas.
What are you talking about?
Because, okay, so if you take a slice of a sphere, it's going to be higher in the middle than at either end. But if you put raving topography all the way through, you're going to find that that curve is not as obvious as it would be if it was smooth.
The map I've got of the UK is a flat map. Right, there's no curvature to it at all.
Okay.
The water
Is
level.
that the only map in existence?
The
Is
water
that the only map
level.
in
It's
existence?
the only one that I've interested about, and the only one I've got. Right.
No, but it isn't the only one in existence. There are other maps in
It is.
existence.
It
that
is
do
to
show the
scale
curve of the
though,
Earth.
and it is flat.
Right, but there are other maps in existence that show the curve of the Earth. Though, right?
Where? Where?
So now worth looking for them?
Have you? How many have you found? Because all maps are flat. I've never seen a curved map yet, ever.
See, I'm pretty sure it's either Schrodinger's cat or it was MC2, and one of those two guys has actually put a load of maps together, corner to corner, and they always come out with a big curve. So, if you don't believe me, just go and see where they got their maps from, and you go and try it yourself.
Right.
Now, if the maps are to
just
scale, why
said
does it make a
before.
curve?
We just said before, a sphere is not a developable surface. That means it cannot be laid out flat without distortion. And all maps are to scale. So how do you have a to-scale map that is not distorted, that is a representation of a sphere, when you can't develop a spherical surface into a plane? How do you suppose that is possible? I'm not making these rules up, right? These are mathematicians and geometrists, geometers that have done this. Not me.
Right. Now, so let me just have a look at the Ordnance Survey
Yeah.
mapping system. I just want to see what they, how they go about it. So I'll be off mic for a second.
Okay. Do you reckon he's going to look for the the Ordnance Survey thing that says, "Oh yeah, it's definitely curved." Oh
yeah.
yes, for sure.
Perhaps he'll call up the secretary down at the main depot.
Yeah.
Speak to the same woman you did.
Phone him up. Is the Earth curved? Oh yes, definitely. I've heard loads of people say that. But
Funny
are
how
your
they
maps?
stopped talking to you. Funny how they didn't get back to you, innit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's that crazy guy.
Yeah.
Because they were talking a bunch of shite.
Evening.
Evening.
Evening!
Alright, boys.
You boys, you go like boy.
Right.
Don't
Don't-
need a mum.
don't you get
to
too
keep
heated.
her with- What?
Got to keep you cool tonight.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah. Emma
Yeah.
says.
What? Keep my cool with who?
Stop him from abusing the ballers.
Who's abusing the ballers?
You sound different today. Why's
Yeah.
that?
Oh, I don't know.
He's
You're
already
different
been told off.
No. Who's been told off? Am I going to get hammered?
No.
Hmm.
No.
Yeah, a bit like hammered, but emmered.
Yeah, you know it.
Give you a good.
She give you,
hammering.
she give you a very stern look from the other side of her thing. You'll be able to tell.
You can tell just through the mic.
The way she's
is
looking at you.
Is it what I've been saying to Chunky Butt Boy?
Chunky monkey.
Yeah, you've been upsetting ballers, haven't you? You've been far too strong with them. Words and all
Far,
that.
far too strong.
Yeah, yeah.
Which one?
I haven't got a clue.
No, it can only be Chunky Butt Boy.
Yeah, probably.
But he's an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's scared of voice now. He won't come into voice.
Yep.
So whoever let him back on the server,
I did.
who?
It was Emma, I think.
Oh, was
Emma.
it?
No, we put a link put a link out in Cleary's channel, and they all just joined again.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was thinking about just kicking him again. Right, as soon as I
You
saw him.
give Flatties a bad name. Bad name.
As soon as I saw him here, I was just thinking about kicking him, and then I thought, nah, he's quite fun to play with. So, and since then, I've just been abusing him, basically. So the only reason I let him stay here was so I couldn't abuse him.
Look,
I don't know if that's right, is it?
Got the map.
But he's an idiot.
For calculations.
A bleeding idiot.
No.
Oblate idiot. Is that a shape?
Oblate.
An
Right,
oblate idiot.
And, do you think Gently's going to come back, or is he just going to drop that link
I'm back.
in there?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello.
he's coming back
Hey,
now.
here he is.
Yeah, I'm
He's
back. I just dropped that link in there. So it turns out Ordnance Survey maps do account for the curvature of the Earth.
Did he?
Yes, they do. I've just
Go on.
dropped the link in the chat.
Explain
Tells
to
you the
us where
formula
it
in which
says
they
that.
use and all sorts. You'll have to read. It tells you the formula which they use and stuff like that. It's all there in that link.
You know, like we were just saying before, though, with the developable surfaces, and you can't develop a spherical surface onto a plane without distortion. Does it say where the distortion is?
Yeah, it tells you how. It tells you the mathematical formula in which you use to map it to a flat surface.
Yeah, it says
It's all in
to
there.
find distance between P1 and P2, first apply Pythagoras' theorem to get the plane distance.
Yeah, if you keep going through it, it does go on to
yeah,
tell
but
you about the
why do you
spherical
need
axis
to
of
use
the line.
Pythagoras' theorem? Why not just measure a distance? That's what you do with it on a map, isn't it? Just get a scale ruler and measure a distance.
Well, I'm not Ordnance Survey. I can't tell you why.
No, but
that's something like that, but I
I'm
can
just
tell you.
asking you now, right? When you measure a distance on a scale map, that distance is to scale. You don't need to use Pythagoras' theorem in order to get that distance, do you?
Well, according to Ordnance Survey, you do.
Oh, well, have you ever heard that before? Anyone ever heard that before?
I haven't.
No.
There is a formula for the Mercator projection map, and I think there's a guy called Clive Wells. If you check on his channel, he's gone through the formula in depth, so you can do the math yourself and as to how you map the one surface to another surface. But what can I tell you, Bev? Ordnance Survey maps do take the curve of the Earth into account.
It says here, the map projections used by the Ordnance Survey does not distort angles. Hence, the angle on the ground between two lines will be exactly equal to the difference between their geodesic azimuths at the crossing point. So is that sort of what you were saying earlier, that you had in excess, and it says in there that the map projection used by the Ordnance Survey does not distort angles?
Well, it doesn't have to. It'd have to be a really large angle to distort it in that way. But what they're talking about is exactly what I'm talking about. If you have to dip the nose of the thing, then you get in excess on the curve.
Nah, that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is that you need to measure a Pythagorean theorem in order to find a distance on the map, which isn't true, is it?
I don't know. I mean, these are the people doing the Ordnance Surveys. This is how they do it.
Well, how do you measure a distance on a map?
I just go by the scale that they wrote on there. They did all the math for me.
You just get a scale ruler and do the maths there and then measure it, right? But then you don't do a Pythagorean theorem thing and then add that to an extra to find the geodesic distance to do another calculation. Do you? I mean, you just literally measure the distance because it's a scale
and
map.
The reason why that works is because of the scale isn't accurate enough. Because I got a bit here where it says whence the spherical excess is 0.02316. 0.02, Bev. Now, if you've got an inch, 0.02 isn't going to be anything on that inch. You get me? It's still going to be that inch, 0.02.
Sorry, I didn't. I was just reading something else. What did you say? It's weird. They have east and north as well for our grid reference. Easting and northings. I wonder whether this is actually for us. Easting and the northern, yeah. Okay.
So I just posted just an extract from there. It
Another
was
one.
in landscape geometry. Suppose an equilateral triangle has a side of 195 kilometres. On the angle at each vertex, the area is square root of 3 over 4, 1.92, 164, blah, 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 blah. So it tells you exactly how I account for the spherical excess on an Ordnance Survey map.
Right, so they have triangles with more than 180 degrees, do they?
Yeah, one
Okay.
by 0.02316 degrees. So not a lot to measure when you're doing an inch scale.
Okay. But that doesn't seem like an awful lot of thing to measure either, does it? I mean,
That's not a lot of curve.
what sort of
But again,
tolerance?
that-
What
that
sort of
might be a lot of
tolerance
curve.
do you think they are when they're sighting angles?
There is an extract that tells you the tolerance.
What do you think the tolerance
I
is?
can't,
You want to try and
I can't remember exactly what it was. It was 0.007 or something like that. Not a lot of tolerance. But
Right.
then again, it doesn't need to be.
turn the lights out when you come through. So I've left the main light on.
Well, that 0.007 just happens to be the amount of excess of each triangle, right? Each angle.
No, it doesn't. You're off by one order of magnitude.
It does say there so each angle of the triangle is 60.00772. So what did you say the tolerance was within the error margin?
I have no idea. I'd have to look back through it. I'd have to look back through it. If you've got it on the screen, just scroll through. It does tell you the tolerances on there.
I'll have a look. But anyway, we're back to the fact that the sighted triangles that you're saying is that's hardly anything, right?
Yeah, it's hardly anything because scale matters, Beth, like I said.
But couldn't it be within the tolerance error, right? And
No.
that they're not actually sighted triangles, are they? That's a calculation that you do
No,
afterwards,
they'll have
right?
cited them. No, ordnance surveying is cited as well, surely, Beth.
Pardon?
Ordnance surveys have been cited as well.
They've
surely.
not been sighting triangles with more than 180 degrees.
How do you know? Says to
Because
them that they have.
because sighted triangles have straight sides, and straight-sided triangles have 180 degrees.
Yeah, but it
didn't he
tells
mention
something.
Didn't they mention Pythagoras in that as well?
Yeah.
It also tells you the azimuth and zenith angles and stuff like that as well, which you've got to add in, which gives you your spherical axis.
The zenith angles.
Yeah, the azimuth and zenith angles. It talks about both of those in there.
Yeah, but they're not the angle from one side to another, are they?
No, but they're the angle from horizontal to vertical.
Sorry?
They're the angles from horizontal to vertical, aren't they?
I don't know what you mean, the angle from horizontal to vertical. They're both perpendicular, so how do you...
No, yes, but you've got a range of degrees through that, though, haven't you?
No, vertical is straight up and down, and perpendicular to that is horizontal, which is from side to side.
Yes, so if I had something vertical and I knocked it over, it wouldn't just go horizontal straight away, would it? It would go through a range of degrees before it got there.
Sorry, before it got from one to the other.
Yes.
Well, let's say it's in the middle, right? A point, right, is in the middle, so it is both vertical and horizontal. It would have no travel to get from one to the other. I don't understand what you're talking about when you say an angle from the horizontal to the vertical. What?
Yeah, you do, because it's 90 degrees. Well, you've got a range of degrees
yeah,
to get up to 90, haven't you, Bev?
They are perpendicular, right? The two lines, vertical and
Right,
horizontal,
okay.
are perpendicular, right?
Yes, but Bev, inside of 90 degrees, you've got 1 degree, haven't you?
Yes, that would be 1 degree from the vertical or 1 degree from the horizontal. Like
Exactly.
right. So all of your measurements are either going to be referenced to or from the horizontal or the vertical?
Or the zenith and azimuthal angles,
What do you mean?
from wherever they're sighting from, which is how they're getting the spherical axis. It literally tells you exactly how the Ordnance Survey map works, with all the calculations and how they do it. But I'm still wrong somehow. I don't really understand the point here.
You can't really explain what you're talking about, because I don't understand what you're talking about when you're on about measuring an angle.
Because I'm not measuring internal angles.
From where?
Anything.
You're not measuring internal angles.
No.
What?
See, I accept any internal angle you give me. That's fine.
Well, you're going to measure the external angles of all triangles then?
No, I'm going to measure the drop to each sighted point.
From the horizontal then?
At that point, yes.
Right, so let's say you are looking at a mountain and it's in the distance. How far do we have to put a distance to it? I guess you have to, right? You have to measure a distance. Yeah. Okay. So let's give ourselves, for instance, 3 mountains. Right, is there any way that we can get Gently to see my camera? DP, do you know that? How to get that to work? Because we've got 3 mountains here. And then we'll go from here to here. I know it's not good, but... Right, so this is 10 kilometres. 10 kilometres. How was that? Are you alright? Yeah, 10k. 10k. Can we get Gently to see the camera or not, DP? Or can you not even hear me if you've gone off? And that's 1 kilometre. Let's have that one at 2 kilometres, and that one at 1 kilometre. Hello? Who's here? Hello? Is it gone? Let me just check.
I'm still here.
Oh, right. But you can't,
I'm just going to put my phone on charge. Hang on a minute. No, I don't see any camera. I'm just going to put my phone on charge. Give me a second.
All right. Let me go and make a brew. The missus wants a brew.
Harry, crazy guy.
Hello, am I still here?
Yes, gently.
Yeah.
I can hear you,
You're
mate.
not sure if you're
That's
still
the
here, gently.
Say that again, sorry.
The Bev's just gone to make a brew. And then
Yeah,
he's
so I
coming
just,
back.
yeah, I just put my phone on charge. I had my earpiece in my pocket.
Yeah, no, you're still here. You're still plugged into us.
Matrix.
Bit of a difference in the weather the past couple of days, isn't it? Where have you gone again?
I only talked to Turn Up about the. Where you gone now? You kind of sort of go, oh yeah, weather, and then just mute up. DP.
Right. Is everyone there?
I'm here, and I believe gently. DP.
Yeah, I just spoke to Gently, but then he disappeared again. So I think he's coming back though.
He's gone green on his thing online. Right. Is there any way we can get him to see my camera? He says he can't see it.
Why can't he see it?
I don't know.
Unless he's got your. He might.
No,
have
I can
turned
watch your
video.
camera on my phone.
Yeah.
So if he's on his phone, I don't see why he can't see your camera.
Is it roles that he might not have? Any
Um,
chance? Curved and live stream.
Or he may
Emma's
have
not around,
muted.
is she? I'll have a look
May
at
have
his
mu-
roles, see what I can do. Where is he?
We've all got
There he
level. We've all got level, so she's not set it so level can't see the
Well, I
curves.
tell you
Oh, no.
what, if I have to, I'll just give him a level roll. I'll just give him a level roll so he can see the
For the short
see
while.
the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
give him that
just-
for
I'll
a
just
bit,
swap
and
him
then
back
just
when
to
he's
make
done,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not when you're just having a chat like this.
Yeah.
Eddie
Right, hang on a minute. So if we've got.
Right, so I've just swapped him over to a level,
Okay.
and he should be able to see your live stream now.
Yeah, they can, yeah.
I can.
Alright, I thought everyone was ignoring me, that's alright. It's just DP that's ignoring me. Told you.
One kilometre. Right, so. Did
Is
you
he
get
back
that?
again? I didn't hear you.
This is
Gently.
I'm not so sure that'll work
Gently's not
properly.
back again yet. Still didn't hear you, Bev.
Whew. 2 kilometre mountain, 1 kilometre mountain, 1 kilometre mountain, 2 kilometre mountain, 1 kilometre mountain, 1 kilometre mountain. Right? I can't make it much clearer than that, can I? I'm just trying to work out how to say this, right? So you've got this point here, this point here.
Can't hear you, Bev. Sorry, mate.
Hello, Zoe. Hello. Do I have to go right to the
Can't
mic?
hear you when you're
Turning
facing the
round.
board.
I know.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
I'm just talking. All right.
I can't even get
All
the
right.
video.
Sorry, mate. Just chatting in your own head.
Right. So we call this
Are you
one.
recording this, Bev?
Yeah. A.
Yeah.
B and C, and this is A. B. C. A B C. A B C. A B C. A, B, C.
C.
Right, so you've got vertical height, plan, and a sort of isometric sort of the best I can do. So we just wait for Gently now.
Waiting for Gently to come back again.
Yeah.
Right, hang on a minute.
I'm keen to know how do we get this spherical excess on our triangles.
I'm just going to mute myself here.
Ranty's gone live. What's that? What's going on with Ranty? Is that a good one? Are we missing out? Oh shit. Scheduled for 11:30. What's going on? He's going a fair bit later.
What the fuck have you been drawing?
Do you like that? Hey, do you like it?
Was you chatting to me?
No. Turn up.
Oh, turn up.
Turn up. Do you like my mountain? Mountain on a whiteboard, we're calling it. That one. Modern art piece.
Is it a bit of nouveau art?
Yeah, 3 mountains it's called. They look like fezzes or something. Plateau. It shouldn't be allowed to be this hot. Why does it get hotter of a night time?
Yeah, it's nice here. It's
what's
been
that about?
raining for the past 2 days here. We had a cracking thunderstorm all day yesterday.
Oh, we've got some ridiculous humidity levels at the minute, I bet.
I've actually got a jumper on because I was feeling a bit chilly.
Stop it.
No, seriously, man. Straight up.
We've got 80% humidity here.
Have you?
Yeah.
It's raining here. It's really, it's quite weird actually because it's really foggy out. It's like really misty. So there is warmth somewhere, obviously in the ground. Yeah. But it's misty, foggy. Yeah, like I say, cracking thunderstorm yesterday, all day.
Did you catch any of it? Have you managed to film any?
No. No, it was during the day, wasn't it? So wouldn't have been any good lightning shots, but apparently we're getting thunderstorms again tomorrow and maybe tomorrow night. So I might pop up on the downs and see if I can get some lightning pics. That'd be good.
Some lightning pig.
But the thunder sounded really weird yesterday. It was I don't know. It sounded really electrical.
Sound different today.
The thunder. You know, it's normally deep rumblings. I don't think Gently's coming back yet.
I don't know.
he popped back in and said he put his phone on charge, and then I was just gonna have a nice little conversation with him about something else, and by the end of my sentence, he left and gone elsewhere. So that's that, isn't it?
I'm liking the idea of this spherical excess, but I'm not so sure that they know how it works.
Well, surely the spherical excess, right? Say you do something. Oh no, because it's on a sphere, so the sphere would be equal at all points, isn't it? So what I was going to say is, say your spherical your triangle on your sphere goes from, say, the tip of Scotland across to Canada and then up to the North Pole. Surely the spherical axis on that would be less than 3 points with a bigger distance apart.
Well,
You see what I mean?
you know, spherical excess is possible because it's a sphere, right? So anything drawn on a sphere, for one, I'd have to contest not a triangle. Because you've not got straight sides, therefore you can't have an angle.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is something we've contested all.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say we, because we have contested that all the way through.
Yeah, and even when they do it and they make an angle at the point of intersection of each of the things and you draw tangents to make that, right? If you then extend those tangents out, because those tangents go outwards, right? Then if you do that from every point on the triangle, then them two lines for every corner meet at a midpoint between all of the other two lines from each corner.
I'm trying to picture this in my head. So
You'll have to have a sphere. That's the problem with this. You have to have a sphere to show it. But right, here we go. What bit can we see? Up here. Here? Right.
Yeah.
The triangle goes like that.
Your head's in the way there, mate.
It's not much of a triangle, right? But
no, I've got it. Yeah, it's kind of an eggy triangle.
This angle here, whoop,
needs two.
This angle here,
tangent.
Whoop,
yeah.
This angle here. Whoop,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
this
I see about your
angle
tangent.
here.
Yeah.
Whoop, and
Okay.
then this angle here, and
Yeah, I got you.
this angle here. That means you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides.
Yeah.
That's not a triangle, is it?
So there's 6.
There's 6 sides on that. When you draw your straight lines to get the bits for your triangle. So that's not really a triangle anymore. Once you add the straight line tangents in order to measure the angles.
Yeah, polygon was 6 sides. Pentagon's 5, isn't it? And a polygon's 6.
Not a triangle though. I've never heard of a triangle defined as having 6 sides.
No.
Where have you got that definition from, though?
What?
Having 6 sides?
Well, you know when you measure an angle,
Yeah.
you need 2 straight sides.
Yeah.
So when you have a spherical triangle, in order to measure each of the angles, you need to add in 2 tangent lines.
Why would you do that?
Because you can't measure an angle to a curve.
You can, but it adds to more than 45 degrees.
Pardon?
It's only got 3 angles. Yeah, but you've still got 3 internal angles, that does, which is a triangle, 3 angles.
Yeah, but in order to make an angle, you need 2 straight sides.
Yeah, but they only need to be straight in one axis, not in all axes.
No, they do. They need to be a straight line in order to measure an angle. That's the whole point of an angle.
Yeah, but if I cut a sphere in half with a chop saw, the chop saw doesn't curve around the sphere. The chop saw remains straight, but I can cut it in half. So I put a straight line straight through a sphere.
Yeah.
So I could cut it in quarters, and if I did that, I would have 3 straight lines that went through a sphere.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 straight lines on a sphere there. I don't understand why I need a tangent to do that. Or I don't understand why there would be more than 3 angles, because I only take 3 cuts.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, if I took 3 cuts,
Yeah.
I could cut it in half again,
Yeah.
cut it in half again,
Yeah.
3 cuts with a straight blade on a sphere, and I'd have a triangle. I'd have 3 angles. Or I'd have a 4th angle, which would be at the centre of the sphere.
All the angles would be taken internally, though, from straight sides, right?
Yeah, they'd be all internal angles, but they're just... Yeah,
No, I mean
just add up
internal to the sphere. They're not on the external of the sphere, are they? They are angles between planes internally.
Yes, but the plane has an edge, and that edge meets the face of the sphere.
A plane is a straight side, so you can measure an angle between 2 straight lines, right? That's the whole point of what we're trying to say.
I'm not following that.
It's perhaps for another time, because I haven't managed to get my sphere yet, so I can't explain it to you. Other than to say that spherical geometry is the geometry of the 2-dimensional surface of a sphere, right? The surface of the sphere, not cutting into the 3-dimensional sphere, because that's not spherical geometry.
Yeah. Well, you've got to admit, when you do cut into it, you do cut through the 2-dimensional face of the sphere. And so there must
they
have been
are
a straight line
curved.
gone down there.
They're curved lines all the way around the outside of a sphere. I mean, that's right. The surface of a sphere is a 3-dimensional surface, right? It's not 2-dimensional, is it?
Yeah, but only in one axis, because if you use a chop saw blade, which doesn't bend around a curve, that cuts a straight line. So if you put that straight line,
it cuts a straight line through the sphere.
Yes, and it goes through the face of it. So it cuts through the 2-dimensional surface also. Yeah, but it cuts through that as well, doesn't it?
What do you mean? The face of a sphere?
Yeah, the surface of a sphere.
The surface? You getting confused between the surface and a face?
Yeah, a sphere doesn't have a base.
Yeah.
It would have if you just cut that one triangle out of it.
What?
All of it there.
No, I don't know. We're best leaving that for another time. We'll go back to the mountains. I've drawn some mountains. Can you see my drawing yet?
Right, hang on a minute, because my phone's on charge and I'm sitting in the garden, so let me just go off my microphone for a minute.
Okay, that's cool. Is that outside in the garden without a phone? That's posh, right?
You might just have a Bluetooth headset, that's all.
Yeah, I know, but that's still posh, being able to go outside.
I really don't get that he doesn't understand that if you cut through a sphere, then you're not cutting round the sphere, you're cutting through the sphere. I don't get that he doesn't get that.
Yeah, they have to imagine that the geometry is inside the sphere and outside the sphere, and it's all the same thing, the surface and everything.
Mm.
Well, Mr. Sensible, I'm getting some notifications from him. I've never had anything for ages. Is he coming active again? Or is it something that's just pushing his... Has he paid to get his stuff pushed across?
I really don't know, Beth. I really don't care.
You've not been keeping an eye on him.
No, I used to be his number one troll, according to him, but not anymore.
Oh.
I really don't care what
did he put you off?
Ah, he's just an idiot. He's a condescending idiot.
Yeah, all I've got is next to your name. There's a camera symbol, but there's nothing on the camera or picture, Beth.
All right, hang on. Just let me check his roles again.
Yeah, you've got level. Right. If you click the open live stream bit, does it show a load of people's avatars?
Yeah, hang on a minute. There'll be a bit of background noise. Give me a second.
Right, one of them should be my camera rather than my avatar.
No.
It's a good drawing as well,
Probably right. Now I've got your avatar.
Can somebody take a picture of it? Do you see it the right way round? Because I see it backwards.
I can.
Can you just screenshot it and then we'll go off
take
that?
A picture. Yep. Drop it in the drop it in the live stream.
Can you see live stream now, gently?
Yeah.
I can, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
I'll put it in there then, and we'll go off that, and I'll.
That's really weird that you can see live stream text gently, but you can't get access to the cams.
Right. Oh well. Should I put it on?
It may be because I'm on Android.
Oh, that'll be it then.
There you go. I just put it in the text.
Put it in live stream.
You got it gently.
Yep, I see that.
Okay, so you've got
it was a good drawing, Dave.
Mountain A is 2 kilometers, right? Mountain B and C are 1 kilometer. Just to make it easy, we've put them 10 kilometers apart. Right? All the tops of the mountains can see the other mountains.
Yeah.
You've got a picture up at top that shows the plan view A, B, C. Right, and you've got a line across the bottom that's got vertical height marked A, B, C.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, right. Now, can you explain to us where the spherical excess comes from? I will put some numbers in there if it helps for you. And you tell me, right? So let's go with some angles. From, let's say we're on A and we are sighting B and C from A. Right, so that would be the angle. We're going to put it on that plan view above there where it says the angle at A. We're going to write the angle in there. Now, what would you imagine the angle to be?
In what regard?
Well, the 10 kilometre distance between them. So it's going to be an equilateral triangle, right? But A is 1 kilometre higher than both B and C. So when we sight the angle, like I say, you're at A and you are looking at B. Now, it's set to horizontal, right? We're going to set the crosshair to horizontal. So it's 1 kilometre above, but the point at B is still on that vertical line. Now, the horizontal bit is up in the air. It's above it, obviously, because we are 1 kilometre above. So the horizontal won't hit the top of that mountain, will it?
No.
But on that vertical crosshair, we are still going to be able to to measure that point at the top of B and go from B to C?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, now B and C are the same height. So what sort of measurement are you going to say we're going to get at angle A, at position A?
Right, okay. So you've got the same distance between the two, but you've got... Is that 2 kilometres to... Is A 2 kilometres high?
Yeah. Yeah, was that the best way of me doing it to explain to you? Or should we make one of them 3 kilometres high as well? So you've got 3, 2, 1.
I'd rather you didn't, because it just makes it even harder, Beth.
Okay.
So because you've got equal distances between the two, in theory, it could be an equilateral triangle.
Yeah.
But because one is lower than the other ones, it doesn't necessarily have to be, does it? Well, let's just go with that. Let's just go with it is, for sake of argument. Okay, so
yeah,
the little triangle that you got at the top, it's all 60 degrees inside there. It all adds up to 180 degrees.
Okay.
So I'll give you that.
All right. Well, I'm saying, where does the spherical excess come from? You said there was something to do with the vertical. Yeah, obviously the vertical height, right? So that's why I put one of them at 2 kilometres. Where are you imagining the spherical excess comes from within this triangle?
Right, within that triangle, with one of them being a different height, it makes it that bit more difficult. Right? So if they're all the same height, the logic would be easier to explain.
Should we do that then? Let's pretend they're all 1 kilometre high, right?
Right. So you're not going to get spherical excess. So you see the triangle you got at the top?
Yeah.
Where all the sides are straight. You're not going to get the spherical excess in regard to any one of those lines being curved, because you've only got one triangle and it's line of sight to each side. You can't get more than 180 degrees within that. But so you've got fuck me, it's gone off. Hang on. I've got no access to that again. Where's that gone?
Where's what gone?
The live stream chat. I've lost it. Gone.
It's curved. Who's putting back to curved? Give him level.
No,
there you go.
Oh, there we are. Yep,
there you go. Was that you again, DP? Are you doing that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was me. I was just trying to see if I could get him to get the video, see your streaming.
It doesn't seem like he says Android phone, so it's not going to work.
It might be the Android system. I've no idea. I can see it when you're live streaming, but for some reason I can't see your videos. Right, so
I'll just leave it as it is then. If you lose the live stream chat, then sorry, gently. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, no problem. So if you're looking at A and B, A and C, so you're left and you're right there, right?
Yeah.
If those are both vertical and they're in line of sight with one another, then the ground that they're sitting on is level. But if B and C are not vertical, they're leaning back from one another, so the theodolite on the top has to be nosed down to see each other. That degree in which they're nosed down is calculable as the spherical excess. Not laterally as from A to B, but curving down and over.
I'm still struggling. How would you express this? I mean, I know it gets hard because you're trying to express something that you were imagining on a sphere into a planar form, right? That's why it's difficult to express it.
Yeah. Give me a second, and I'll try and draw what I'm saying, and then what have I done? and then I'll get back to you. Let me just draw it. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. I think what he's gonna. The problem he's thinking of is he's thinking that the leaning backwards, so a horizontal isn't horizontal.
Sounds like something Jesse would do.
Yeah. Well, see, all would have.
Seems to me like Bev. Seems to me like he's putting a bulge.
Well, I think so. Yeah, he's on about these tilting, right? I know. Can you see
But
this?
how's he getting a bulge left and right to increase the angle if he's only talking about a drop of a?
I think
He's talking about elevation, vertical. But actually, he's trying to say that it's the angle's being made larger with the X.
Yeah, I think
that wouldn't happen if he's trying with the way he's describing it.
Yeah, I think we're back to our test here without him realising it, right? This line here, it's a horizontal. We imagine it goes all the way across, 1 kilometre, straight line, right? Horizontal, we would imagine, because they're both already a kilometre above, right? But what he's imagining is this, right? He's imagining them intersecting here. And because of that intersection, these are leaning backwards. And I think he's imagining that because these are leaning backwards, that makes a triangle with more than 180 degrees. Would you agree?
What you just said there was exactly what I was drawing. So
Yeah.
you do know what I'm saying. No,
Well, I'm
not
saying what you're
like-
imagining, right?
Yeah. I'm not. What you went one stage further and said that I think it makes a triangle with more than 180 degrees. It doesn't, because that triangle isn't big enough. You'd have to add multiple triangles together in order to do it.
Right, but
to get the kind of excess that I'm talking about.
Do you know what a congruent triangle is, right? Congruence. It's sort of like what you're saying, it's not big enough. Like, you just make a triangle bigger and it will have the same angles within the inside. Just the lengths of the sides sort of increase, but they all increase at the same rate because they're congruent, right? They're the same shape, but just bigger scale.
Two-dimensionally, yes. Two-dimensionally, yes, but three-dimensionally on a sphere, no, they don't.
But
the angles between them increase on a sphere.
Yeah, but like here we say, in order for it to be on a sphere, you need a curved line, and a curved line can't make an angle. Therefore, you can't have three of them angles in order to make a triangle. That's the shape that you're imagining isn't a triangle. And because of that, you can't do the geometry that you're imagining that you can.
But Bev, a sphere is a geometric shape.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you can place geometry on a sphere. And because you can measure angles in geometry on a spherical shape, you can have
spherical geometry, that though, right? And the beauty of geometry is that the geometry is defined and proved within itself. It's an axiomatic system. At least Euclidean geometry is, because that's a true geometry.
Of a 2D shape, yeah, of course.
Pardon?
Yeah, and of course you can prove it in 2 dimensions.
You know a sphere, that shape?
Yeah.
That's Euclidean, right?
Yeah.
That's a Euclidean shape.
Yeah, of course.
Right, so it's not non-Euclidean. The sphere is a Euclidean shape. There is a book, Book 11, Euclidean Geometry, is the book of solids. It's solid geometry.
And are you telling me it doesn't have any spherical excess?
No.
On
Not in Euclidean
on the surface of
geometry,
a-
no. That's you
There
are
is no
talking
spherical
about spherical geometry, right? Now, if you are using spherical geometry, then you have to live by the rules of spherical geometry. How much do you know about Euclidean, non-Euclidean spherical geometry?
No more than the next one, I wouldn't guess.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that spherical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere?
Of course I wouldn't.
You wouldn't, right? So you do know that,
Yeah, of course.
right? So the implications of that means that it's two-dimensional.
Well, of course the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
But it's three-dimensional, isn't it? Because it curves in every direction.
Yes.
So that's
But only when you're
three-dimensional, right? So you've already got a concept of two dimensions. You've lost a dimension that you already know is there.
I'm measuring two dimensions. So when I draw a straight line on a sphere, there's only two dimensions to that.
Well, it's curved, the line, right? So the line
Yeah, so
isn't
that's my second dimension.
isn't
The dimension
two-dimensional.
of it being curved. The dimension of it being curved is one dimension. The dimension of it being straight is the other dimension. It only becomes three
No, wait,
dimensions when
sorry,
I add a
gently.
next line.
Gently. You're saying
Go on.
that it being curved is one dimension and it being straight is the other dimension. Do you,
Yeah, so that gives me
do
the
you
two
understand what
Length-
dimensions
length and
are?
width. Yeah, length and width.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, length and width. So one of them is, yeah, so when I draw a single line, it has length, and over its width, it is curved.
no,
There are the two
no.
dimensions.
A line in geometry is a one-dimensional. Right?
On a flat piece of paper, yes.
No.
When you curve that
No.
piece of paper,
No.
it has two dimensions.
No.
Then how do you explain the curve?
A line, we'll go back to it again. A line is a one-dimensional thing. A plane
On a flat surface.
is two-dimensional. Then, if you add a curve to that plane, you add a third dimension. That makes it three-dimensional. Length,
Bev, you just
breadth,
likened a plane
thickness.
to a line.
No, I didn't. A line is one-dimensional, like I'll say it again, and a plane is two-dimensional.
A line is two-dimensional if it's curved, because on one axis it's straight, and on the other axis it's curved. There are two dimensions you can measure out of that.
A curved line is still one-dimensional, right, within geometry. Or are you using, you're using spherical geometry, right? You'll
Of
have
course,
to
you
give
have
us the
to have two
you'll have to
dimensions.
give us the definitions of your geometry if you want to be playing this game. I can give you the definitions in Euclidean geometry of a line and a plane and an angle and all that. I can give you them definitions. Or do you want me to put them, give them to you now, so you're not thinking I'm just messing about? Or would you not trust the definitions from Euclidean geometry?
Well, we're not really talking about Euclidean geometry, are we?
We are. We're talking about shapes of things, right? And that is geometry. Now, if you want to talk about spherical geometry, then you have to live within the rules of spherical geometry.
Okay. So
I'm
you
telling you
want
what happens
definition.
in Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so one dimension. This is the definition that appeared more than 2,000 years ago in Euclid's Elements. The curved line is the first species of quantity which has only one dimension, namely length, without any width nor depth. Okay, so if you curve that line, it has depth.
No.
Yes.
No. Like, read it again. Without adding your little bit on the end of it. I'll give you a Euclid definition. It's number 2. This is the second definition in the whole book. So it's not very far into it at all. Book 1, definitions. Number 2, a line is length without breadth.
Yeah, that's on 2D though, isn't it? It's not the 3D.
No, that's 1. Like Euclidean geometry, right, it's an axiomatic system, right? It means it's a state of logic. So, what do you start off with? What's the first definition? Because this is, you build everything within this, because it's an axiomatic system, builds upon what comes before it, right? So, start off, definitions 1. Definition, book 1, definition 1. A point is which has no parts or which has no magnitude. That's a point. Right? So you start off with a point which is nothing. That's how it's defined. It's not there. It's 0 dimensional. Doesn't exist. A line, number 2, a line is length without breadth. Right? The extremities, number 3, the extremities of a line are points. So that's how you defend the end. A, B. Put a point there. Label it A and B. That's the extremities of a line. Number 4. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. So this is how an axiomatic system works. You start off with a point, then you define a line, then you define the extremities of the line, and then you define a straight line within the formula.
Bev, defining the extremities is starting points and ending points.
Mm-hmm.
If it strives away in the middle going upwards, then that doesn't stick with your definition, does it?
Of a straight line. No, it wouldn't. Because a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. So that's defined a straight line. Now, your line on a ball that you keep drawing and thinking is a straight line wouldn't fit that definition, would it? So therefore, within Euclidean geometry, your definition of a straight line on a ball is a curved line because it doesn't fit the definition. I mean, it's number 4. You've hardly got very far in, and you've already found out that your definition of a straight line isn't Euclidean.
You just said Euclid had spheres, right?
Yeah, he does.
Right, so how does he define...
Book 11, but you have to go a long way through this in order to get there. Like I say, it's an axiomatic system of logic. Everything builds upon what comes before it, right? Now, book 11 is solid geometry. So you have to take everything that comes before it into account.
Okay, but is there no definition of what a straight line is on the surface of a sphere?
There can't be, because the surface of a sphere... Do you want... Let me give you the definitions from book 11, right? A solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. Right? That which bounds a solid is a superficies. Surface for you and me. Well,
okay.
We have superficies. Right? So a surface That which bounds a solid is a surface, right? Now, if a surface has length, breadth, and thickness, then you were quite willing to say that the surface of that three-dimensional object will be three-dimensional, right?
The surface won't have thickness, though, will it?
But it will be in 3 dimensions because it will curve. I mean, like, we're only talking about a sphere here, right? Because a sphere is a very, very particular shape, isn't it? It's not the same as a cube, and it's not the same as anything else, really. A sphere is a unique shape that curves at the same rate in every direction from every point upon it, right?
Right.
So it's 3-dimensional.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you put a line on that 3-dimensional shape, is the line not 3-dimensional?
Well, it wouldn't be a straight line because it wouldn't lie evenly between its extremities, would it? There would be a rise, a curvature between the two.
During a dimension, it would. In all dimensions, it wouldn't.
Yeah, but it still wouldn't fit the definition of a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. If there's a curvature to it, it's not lying evenly.
Yeah, but a straight line would do that 2-dimensionally, but on a sphere, a straight line would not do that.
You see, it doesn't say that. And I think that's the reason why you've made, or you want to use spherical geometry. I mean, which is fine. But if you're going to use spherical geometry, I would require you not just to make it up for what fits. Can you give me the definition, please?
Not off the top of my head, son. No, but I mean...
Well, what about
using Euclid,
what about the axioms?
Yeah, you're using Euclid again still. And
can you... Here's another one. Like, when you're looking for your definitions through spherical geometry, could you have a go at finding the definition of a sphere within spherical geometry?
The definition of a sphere? Why? How does that help you?
Well, I can give you a definition of a sphere in Euclidean geometry. I can give you a definition of a plane rectilinear angle, a straight line, a point, a plane surface. I can give you definitions of everything because that's what Euclidean geometry is. It starts off with definitions, then it goes to the axioms, and then it goes to propositions to prove everything that it's just told you about. And it steps through geometry, all of it. It goes from circles to triangles and plane surfaces and then to solids. There's even algebra sections within it, right? There is loads within Euclidean geometry. I can give it you all and give you definitions and all of that. You don't even know what the axioms for your geometry that you're imagining you're going to use.
What does that... How does that change what I'm saying?
Because you're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not. You're using something which is 2,000 years old, which is based in 2 dimensions. So, yes, I agree with everything that says, but there are numerous new mathematics that we could use.
Okay. Well, can you give me the definition of an angle within spherical geometry, please? Or, in fact, just give us the axioms for spherical geometry, please.
Which spherical geometry? Because you understand they're all different.
What, you've got different spherical geometries?
Of course you have.
Well, just pick the most common one then, and give us the axiom for that. The
But
axioms.
it doesn't have that. It doesn't have that kind of axioms.
What do you mean?
It just has theorem. There is no axiom like Euclid did. There isn't. They don't use that kind of shit anymore.
What do you mean they don't use that kind of shit anymore?
Okay, so if you look at Euler's formula, for example, it doesn't have the kind of axioms. It just gives you the formula, the theorem.
Yeah, but Pythagorean theorem, right? Pythagorean theorem, right, is a proposition within Euclid. It's a proof, right? The theorems aren't the geometry. The theorems are the proofs for the geometry. Or do you not know that?
Bev, you're trying to sort of confuse it all with, do you know this specific detail about this specific thing that I'm specifically talking about? And no one has read every single book that you have read.
No,
right?
Listen,
but
that's not what I'm saying.
I don't understand
gently.
what you're saying.
Okay, well, I'll try again. Euclidean geometry is an axiomatic system that's built and based upon logic. This isn't difficult, right? It starts with nothing, and from nothing you gain the entire knowledge of geometry from the book, right? Now, the book starts off with definitions. It then lays out the axioms and the postulates that govern the rules of
I'm going to disagree with you.
What?
Euclid doesn't give us all of geometry like you're telling it.
All of the Euclidean geometry, yes, it does.
It doesn't give you all of geometry.
It gives you all of Euclidean geometry, because that's all it does.
Yeah, Euclidean geometry, but it doesn't give you all of geometry.
Okay, well, can you give me the things that Euclid gives us within Euclidean geometry? Like it states, definitions, it defines everything: a line, an angle, a plane, triangles, definitions of a rhomboid, four-sided figures.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Parallel, straight lines.
Why does that make a difference to Riemann or to Euler?
Okay, well, I'll give you here now. This is a pretty good definition, especially from today. Parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which, being produced ever so far both ways, do not meet. Right?
Okay.
So that is a definition of parallel straight lines.
Okay, yeah, but in Riemann geometry, parallel straight lines converge. So that definition you've just given me means nothing to a different set of geometry.
Can you give us the definition within Riemann geometry that states parallel lines converge, please?
No, I can't, because I would have to work through the math with you.
Are you talking about? Are you talking an asymptote, right?
How do you mean?
Isn't that what you're talking about? Because they don't actually converge, do they?
Yeah, they do. They converge. They cross.
What, parallel lines cross?
Yes, in Riemann geometry, parallel lines cross. Yes.
Okay, so you can find the definition for that, please.
No, because Riemann give us tensor calculus and stuff like that. You have to work through the calculus in order to find where the lines meet and cross and converge and stuff like that. There isn't just like a book of definitions that is a couple of thousand years old. This is my point here. Just because you've read this really old book and you've got this set of definitions doesn't mean that set of definitions works for every set of geometry that we have.
Okay, right. So when you say you're using Riemann geometry, you'll have no need for Euclidean geometry, will you?
Why not?
Well, Riemann geometry is hyperbolic. Right?
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
So when are you using hyperbolic geometry?
you can completely map the surface of the sphere using Riemann geometry. You can map the surface of anything using Riemann geometry.
Hyperbolic.
Yeah, what's that got to do? Yeah?
It curves in the opposite direction, right?
Yes, but you can still take the inverse of that.
So you're saying you can use hyperbolic geometry in the place of spherical geometry without having any definitions for anything. You can just swip and swap them. And you've even just said parallel lines can converge, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So in reality, can parallel lines cross?
Yes, on a sphere. Try drawing two parallel lines on a sphere, and I guarantee you they cross.
How much of the axioms do you know of Euclidean of spherical geometry?
You've just nipped back into Euclid because that's where you're comfortable.
Non-Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, non-Euclidean, right? Do you know any of the axioms or anything of that geometry?
They don't have. There is no axioms.
Right, yeah, there is, because that's what geometry is based on. And the thing about non-Euclidean geometry is, within Euclidean geometry, they have an axiom that is called the parallel axiom, right? Fifth, it's called. Have you ever heard of that? The fifth postulate. I mean, it's not actually the fifth, and it's not even a postulate. I'll read it out for you though, just so you know the problems, right? That you're facing. This axiom is called number 12 in my book because I've got a really old book of Euclid. But if a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make the two interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than two right angles, these straight lines being continually produced shall at length meet on that side on which are the angles which are less than two right angles. Do you get that?
I heard it, but what are you stating with that statement?
Well, that's they call that the fifth axiom. But the problem is, it says that two straight lines can't meet. Parallel lines don't ever touch, is what it means basically. And
yes, they're doing geodesics.
That's a problem, right? Because
not for geodesics, no.
Well, actually, yeah, geodesics are meant to be on spherical geometry. And in spherical geometry, you can't have that two parallel lines not meeting, right? So what you have to have is you have to get rid of that one particular one and change it and have the inverse of it. So you have an axiom that states there are no parallel lines, right? So you can't have parallel lines in spherical or non-Euclidean geometry.
There's absolutely no reason why not, though, Bev.
There is, because it's an axiom within spherical geometry. It's wrote in the axioms.
Whose axioms? Show me the axioms of Riemannian geometry or Euler geometry. Show me the axioms of those. You're showing me the axioms of the.
Like, can you? Have you got any idea about what you're talking about?
Yeah, of course I have.
Right. Live stream text. There you go. There's the axioms of Euclidean geometry.
Okay. What about the axioms of Riemannian geometry?
The postulates. No, that's your geometry, right? You show me, because you're the one that knows your geometry. I'll stick to my geometry. I think this geometry is perfect. I don't need any other geometry than this one.
Because that's the only one that suits your narrative.
No,
and that's the problem,
it's the
Dave. You're not-
only
you're not
one.
prepared to look at.
It's the only
that suits
one
your
I
narrative.
need.
It's the only one that suits your narrative.
No,
Dave.
it's not a narrative. This is
Of course it is.
geometry.
You're trying to say that the Earth is flat based on these axioms.
No, I'm
Right, fine.
I'm trying to say that I think level is horizontal. And my whole framework of what I use is geometry, and this is the geometry that I use.
Right. Okay. Now leave that geometry behind. Use a different geometry. Use Euler geometry.
You
Use
show
Brownian
me
geometry.
the
And then tell me the same
axioms
thing.
and postulates and propositions
Right,
for your geometry, and I'll gladly look at it. Can you show me them, please?
They don't exist.
Oh,
No, I cannot. There aren't any.
is that why they're not classed as true geometries? Well, only spherical geometry is. I mean, hyperbolic geometry is actually classed as a true geometry, isn't it? But spherical geometry isn't.
Isn't it?
Nah.
Even though even though a sphere is a geometric shape, it doesn't have a geometry.
Yeah, that's your problem, right? It's
That's your
based
problem.
around the framework of a Euclidean shape, right? And it is just the surface of such. And remember the
Going
bit?
back to Euclidean.
Yeah. Well, why do you not think it's that important, Euclidean geometry?
It's very important, but there are more types of geometry out there that you could be using.
But you can't give me anything for them. You can't give me any axioms. You can't give me anything. And can you give me a use for any one of these geometries that I might have a need for?
That you might have a need, that you personally might have a need for. I have no idea.
Okay,
I probably couldn't give
that's
you.
why I use Euclidean geometry, because I do have a need for that. I can use that.
Right, but there are uses for the other types of geometry, though,
Well,
right?
can you give me a use for other types of geometry, please?
Yeah, mapping the surface of a sphere.
Mapping.
Yeah, as in geodesic surveying, the geographer.
So what sort of geometry is that they're using?
That's geodesic, isn't it? I mean,
What's that?
Riemannian, fucking.
You think that's a geodesic? You think that's a geometry?
Of course, geodesic's a geometry.
Is it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Can you explain to us how that geodesic geometry works then?
It's okay. So, if you want an explanation on that, I would have to walk you through the math.
Okay. You think we're no good at math or something?
I'm not good enough at math to walk you through that, dude.
Oh. So it's your failings then, not
I got. Tensor calculus is incredibly difficult.
right.
So
Okay.
one
So
slight
what's calculus got to do with geometry?
What's calculus got to do with geometry? Because you calculate things.
Yeah, but that's not geometry, is it?
What? You don't calculate anything in geometry. Is that a statement you're even going to make?
Yeah, Euclidean geometry's got no numbers in it, mate.
Has it not?
Nah.
So the sine, cosine, tangent, and all that have got nothing to do with Euclidean geometry, no?
No, it's not. That's trigonometry, right?
Yes, okay, but that's still going to be Euclidean.
The triangles you'll use will be Euclidean, and the relationship between the circle and the triangle will be shown within geometry, in Euclidean geometry, yes. But the actual sine, cosine, and tangent functions aren't expressed within Euclidean geometry, no, because they're a different branch of mathematics. That's trigonometry, not geometry. Trigonometry, different thing altogether.
But if you still wanted to work something out, you would have to use them.
Yeah, but you wouldn't use Euclidean geometry to do that. Euclidean geometry lays the base of mathematical knowledge, right? It's the framework upon everything that's built upon it. That's why it's got axioms and definitions and all that. That's why it's so important. That's why you can't get anything for your geometry, because whatever you're doing, you're just imagining things are geometry when you don't even really understand what geometry actually is.
What? Hang on. I don't understand what geometry is, yet I haven't said anything different to what you have.
No, you were talking about calculus and trigonometry.
Yes, okay. Are you telling me you don't use trigonometry alongside Euclidean geometry to calculate anything? Is that what you're telling me? Because of course you do. So that's a ridiculous statement, man. You can't say you don't understand when clearly I do.
All right, gently. I mean, like, there's no need to completely ad hom me and like completely misrepresent what I've just said.
You just said I don't understand something.
We're talking about geometry. You keep veering off to other areas of mathematics. Stick to geometry, please.
There is more than one geometry, Bev.
Yes, there is. This is where you came in, right? You just said geodesic is a geometry.
Of course, geodesics are geometric.
Ah.
Well, why wouldn't they be?
It's not a geometry.
Oh my God, Bev, can I not just say one word and it means something?
I don't know. It depends whether you get it right or not. I'm just trying to ask you to clarify. Until we clarify what we're talking about, we don't know what each other are saying, right?
Wrong, I understand exactly what you're saying. But you seem to be picking on what I'm saying to the point where it's like, oh, well, you said this slightly wrong, therefore you don't know anything. And I don't feel that's how it works, Bev.
Okay. You know where geodesic is a straight line, right?
Yes.
Okay. In special relativity.
In one axis. In one axis, yes.
No? Where does it say that?
It doesn't have to say it, Bev. You can work it out for yourself if you knew the math.
Oh,
you don't need to rely on...
Okay, special relativity has world lines. Those world lines are called geodesics, and they are straight lines.
Yes, they're straight.
Yeah.
They are also curved. Because
who have you been talking to? Is this Fight the Flat Earth again? Have you been round to Fight the Flat Earth Club?
So, while I don't agree with everything he's ever said, that is absolutely true.
What, that straight lines can curve?
Of course they can. They can only not curve in Euclidean geometry. That's the reason why you're sticking to the Euclidean geometry. If you step outside of that and learn other geometries, you'll find out that all of your axioms are only axioms within that specific geometry. You step outside of that geometry, you can leave those axioms behind.
For that geometry. Right? They're the rules for that geometry. That's why it's so confined, right? It's an axiomatic system. I can't just make shit up about it and decide things that I want to happen within Euclidean geometry. I can't do that. I stick to the rules of the geometry. You're the one that's fast and free, making up geometries and making up straight lines that curve.
Yeah, but you've just said I'm making up geometry.
Can you give me a definition somewhere where it says in your geometry, whichever one of the ones you want to pick, where it says that a straight line can be that which it is described as not being, right? It's oxymoronic. A straight curve is an oxymoron. And you're fast and free with it, gently.
No, I just accept other geometries. You don't. You see, I didn't make these geometries up. You know, you can just Google and Euler geometry. You can Google Riemannian geometry. You can read all about that. I didn't make them up.
I think you might have made up the bit about straight lines curving.
Not according to Riemannian geometry.
Where's that?
Geodesic lines converge.
Straight lines converge. Yeah, that's not hard, is it? I can do that.
I didn't say straight. I said geodesic.
Have you got a definition of a geodesic?
Do we have to play the definitions game, or can you not just read about Riemannian geometry?
Is that what you're going to do? You're going to do the I'll state something, and then when asked for some sort of proof about it, just ask the other person to go and read about it.
Okay, so I'm doing that because I'm on my mobile phone. I've just walked into the kitchen to put it on charge, and now I'm outside because I've got a house full of guests, right?
Okay.
That's why I'm doing that.
You should be going and seeing your guests, man. Don't be sitting out here getting all angry at us.
Yeah, fuck that. I had a better conversation out here, to be honest.
Okay. Right, so what do you want me to look up then? I can look up world lines, right? Is that all right?
Just look up Riemannian geometry.
Yeah.
And if you read through, obviously it's going to be all tensor calculus, but somewhere in there you will find the fact that, you know, these tensors converge. Yeah.
Let's see.
The trouble is, it doesn't have that book of axioms to it like Euclid does. It just doesn't have that.
Oh, so what? Does it have any rules then, or not?
It has rules, yes, but they're mathematically defined.
Euler characteristics of M. Right, well that's what we did that before, Gauss. The Gauss curvature. Yeah, it's not really user friendly, is it?
No, is it bollocks?
I mean, why do you
it's
think?
Some of the most complex.
Yeah, why
it's
do you
some
think?
of the most complex mathematics I've ever looked at.
Why do you think that
That's
is?
why I don't want to. Because this can define things in mind-blowing ways.
Yeah, but what does it define for us? Go on.
What does it define?
What does it define?
Curvature, it defines curvature, basically.
No, curvature, that'll be Euclidean geometry.
No, Riemannian does actually define curvature as well.
Yeah, not of Euclidean shapes.
No, that's the point.
Yeah. Yeah, so Euclidean does all of the Euclidean stuff. So what are you imagining this does?
Well, it can give you the dimensions of a sphere and stuff like that. And
you can do that with the radius of Euclidean. I mean, that 4 pi r squared, right?
Yeah, but this
that's Euclidean.
But this came, 1,000 and a half years afterwards. You know, I mean, it's updated. It has more to it. You know, nobody knew everything 2,000 years ago when I was writing that book. And yes, it's very good, but it doesn't describe everything.
Well, yeah, I'm asking you, what does it describe? Because Euclidean geometry describes all the Euclidean things.
Yeah, and Riemannian geometry describes curvature.
But curvature is described by Euclidean.
Yes, but not as efficiently.
Okay, so what sort of curvature are you imagining?
Well, curvature where you've got manifolds and stuff where stuff overlaps onto other stuff, and you've got angle changes and all that good stuff where, okay, it can, where Euclidean will only give you a geometric shape, Riemannian would give you any shape. How does that help?
What do you mean geometric?
So if I wanted to model a potato, I couldn't do that with Euclid, but I could do that with Riemannian geometry.
What do you mean model it?
As a mathematical shape. You couldn't do that with Euclidean geometry. It's a potato. It just doesn't work with Euclid, does it?
Okay.
It models non-geometric shapes as well as geometric shapes.
Okay. So is that one of the uses then?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Modelling potato.
There's probably, you could model your floor if it was uneven, or, you know, where Euclidean geometry couldn't do that for you. You know, Euclid is really limited to this two-dimensional kind of geometry.
It's three-dimensional. Three-dimensional. Don't just keep saying two. It's three. There's solids, right? Book 11. There's solids. 3 dimensions. Length, breadth, thickness. Three.
Yeah, it's all about near perfect geometric shapes, or mathematically perfect geometric shapes. Whereas, you know, there are other geometries out there which don't just model absolute perfect geometrical shapes.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect geometry, and you do not need any other geometry, as far as I'm concerned. What? If you can tell me where you think it would be useful to me, then
I don't know what you're ever going to do, but I mean, one day you might want to. Why wouldn't you want to model a potato? Why wouldn't you want a mathematical model of a potato?
What
just
would
to
I
look
need
at it
that
and go,
for?
Yeah, I did. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
It's just an example, Bill. I can't think of any. I've never used it myself, but I know it exists, and I appreciate it exists, and I appreciate it must have uses because people use it.
Right, well, I can't see that. The world lines of freely falling particles objects are called geodesics. In special relativity, these are straight lines in Minkowski space.
In Minkowski space, yes. Yep.
So that's geodesics are straight lines.
Yeah, not in Minkowski space, no. Yeah, yes, it is straight, but you've got the time and space being curved. It's a bit like, what's that?
It says here, it is the generalization of the notion of a straight line to a more general setting. So is it some sort of a way that you can, like, sort of imagine straight lines or see straight lines, but imagine curves? Or a way to sort of blur the lines between straight lines and curves? Is that what a geodesic is?
Absolutely, yeah. It is that, as you just said it.
That was a joke, right? To blur the lines between a straight line and a curve. I mean, that sounds very like Fight the Flat Earth, and like you were saying earlier, it's an oxymoron, right? A straight curve.
It is, if you're going to stick with only your interpretation, or only the Euclidean geometry. If you're going to stick with that, then yeah, it's an oxymoron. But if you're going to just say, that's 2,000 years old, there are other geometries, let's have a look at those, then you'll see that it's not blurring any lines. The lines are just drawn differently.
Between a straight and a curve.
Yeah, but the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. But there's no saying that the most resistance could be in a straight line, so the path of least resistance is the straighter line, because it takes less time to travel.
No. We started this at the beginning. A straight line is defined as having zero curvature. Free from curvature, I think you said. Are you flipping on that now and saying that's not a straight line?
Sorry, I zoned out for a minute. Say that again.
You said at the beginning that a straight line didn't have any curvature. Right?
Did I?
Yeah.
It depends. It depends on. Okay, so there's more than one way of defining a thing. That's the thing. So yeah, a straight line is straight, but that doesn't mean to say it's straight in all occasions. Like, you draw a straight line on a piece of paper, you go, you know what? I just drew that with a ruler. It's straight. But if you screw that piece of paper up, the line didn't become unstraight. You didn't jumble the line up. Just the surface that it was on has changed.
Yeah, but it's not. It becomes not straight. The moment
when did it become
curves,
not straight?
the moment
you drew it
you
with a
add
ruler.
any of that other dimension to it.
See, that's where you're arbitrarily drawing a line and saying, this is where it changes. This is where other geometries come in and say, well, hang on, it's still a straight line, it's just changed, or the properties of it. So you're sticking with your version, but there are other versions. So yes, a straight line is straight, but it would largely depend on where and what and how and what we are describing at the time.
So you're still believing that straight lines can curve? Because, I mean, a curve isn't a straight line.
It is on one of its axes.
But it curves. So therefore,
on one of its axes,
it's not
on
straight.
one of its axes, on one of its axes it curves. On one of its axes, it's straight.
Yeah, but it
There are two
depends.
dimensions.
Where are you looking at it from?
That's the point. You
No,
look at a
it
hula
isn't.
hoop
No,
side-
it isn't. No, that's not the point at all.
It is.
No,
if you
it's
look
not.
at a hula
A
hoop
straight
side
line.
on, you just see if you look at a hula hoop side on,
Yep.
that's a straight line.
It's
But if you
still
look at it square on,
still
it's a circle.
a hula hoop. Right? It
How would
doesn't
you know it's
turn
not-
into a straight line or a straight bit of plastic because you look at it funny.
How would you know what shape it is if you only saw it from the side?
You make sure you go all the way round it and check it. Right?
I didn't say that. I said if you only looked from one side, how would you know the shape? How would you describe the side of a hula hoop? If you saw it and it was just floating there right in front of you, what would you say? Would you say that's bent, or would you say it's straight? Because you couldn't see the other dimension, so you wouldn't know if it was a curve or not. So the only description you could give it is flat, straight.
I'd ask for somebody for a description of what it was.
You're dodging it there, babe.
No, you don't buy things by not looking at them, do you? You don't do that.
No, but I can look
like
at
the
something
geometry
and
I
give it
use has very good definitions of everything.
Yeah, but I can look at something and give it a descriptive noun, same as you.
I
So
can,
if I
can
the
look
side
at a
of the
straight
hula hoop,
line
I
and
could
go,
say,
that's a straight line. I can look at a curve and go, that's a curve. I
what
would
if you find
never
a curve?
look at a curved line and go, that's straight, if I look at it differently.
But if you were looking at the side of a hula hoop and you didn't know it was a hula hoop, the only thing you could say about it, the only descriptive noun you would have is that's straight. It's only when you examine the thing you give it different descriptive nouns.
No, gently. This is geometry we're dealing with, and everything's defined within the geometry. You can't just make stuff up and say I looked at it a bit funny. So I didn't see that.
Well,
I didn't see the curvature because I was looking at it in a different way. So I'll call it a straight line.
You can only define it when you know its properties. Until you know its properties, You have no actual definition other than some verbal description.
You sound like you do well in our building crew, the bent levels.
Maybe.
Because you just look at something a bit differently, right? It's like, that's not vertical. Well, turn your head a bit.
Yeah, that's it.
Sort of things are like well defined that you can't just do that sort of thing, right? You can't alter a vertical and you can't alter a horizontal. That's not for you or for me to do. It's the same as geometry. You can't turn a straight line into a curved line and then say that's still straight.
I don't see why not, Bev. I've just got your word for that.
Just
because you've defined...
Not me, gently, come on.
Yeah, you're the one using only this 2,000-year-old geometry.
We're down to straight line at the minute. That's not necessarily Euclid, is it?
It is. You give me the definition of it.
Well, yeah, it's because it's defined within Euclid. But, I mean, you defined a straight line at the beginning of this, and you defined it as having no curvature. But that was earlier on when we started this, but not now. You've changed your mind.
Yeah, yeah, but it would depend on... Like, if I draw a straight line, when you say straight line, I imagine me with a metre rule just scribing a line across a bit of steel. That's what I'm picturing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well,
you get a ruler, right? A straight edge, and then you draw a straight line.
But the second I pick that piece, whatever it is that I'm drawing, the second I pick that up, it disturbs the orientation of the straight. I drew a straight line on it. It's no longer a straight line as it was before, but I still drew a straight line, so it's still straight. Well, you know, just because I say, yeah, I agree that a straight line is straight, doesn't mean to say that it can't be anything else.
Well, Fight the Flat Earth would be proud of you. That's all I can say.
Well, I hope so.
I'm just going to make a brew.
Yeah, don't blame me. Is anyone else doing it?
I think I'm beginning to see the difference between us, really.
Go on.
I think your model is leading you down paths where you are forced to go down, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could make the same argument. I agree. I mean, I think if you think that the Earth's flat, then you have to take a specific
I don't know.
path as
Listen,
well.
you keep saying that. This is your model's just told you that to say, right? I am just a reality person. I've done surveying training, and my whole understanding through geometry as well. Now it's been built upon. Is all about knowledge of logic, what I can prove to myself, and that's what I've done. Now, everything that I tell you will come from a place of knowledge within me personally, right? I won't.
Yeah.
I won't tell you something that I haven't personally experienced or proved to myself. There would be no point in me doing that, because I'd be lying to you and I'd be lying to me by saying it. So I can't see any point in that. Nothing to gain from lying to anybody about anything. So I use Euclidean geometry because it's a set of rules. It's strict rules. I can live by them, and I don't need to go beyond them. I don't need this fantastic knowledge. Like you said, it's really confusing. But I think it's really confusing for a reason. Because it's fantastic. It's meant to put you off.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop you understanding it, though.
Understanding is a strange word, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah.
Because it's standing under something. What does that mean?
That's a legal term, isn't it? That's why you don't agree to your rights. When you get read your rights, don't agree. I do not understand my rights. Because that gives them the absolute authority then.
Yeah.
But as a legal term. But as in just, general words that you use, it just means you comprehend.
Yeah. So I do with Euclidean geometry. See, the beauty of it is all of the exercises within it, and because that's what it is. It's not just a book that you read. It's an axiomatic system, right? So the definitions are laid out, then it tells you the rules, and then it gives you the propositions, right? And the propositions are exercises where you gain the proofs that prove everything that it's just told you about the definitions and the axioms. All of that is proved within the book and the exercises, the propositions, right, within it. So it's more a learning book than it is an exercise book or a book on geometry. It gives you an extra knowledge, right, about how everything seems to work.
I completely understand, but I mean, Newton gave us sort of calculus to work through, and with calculus you can do so many more things.
Yeah, based on Euclidean geometry.
You can use calculus and algebra together.
Yeah, algebra was based from geometry, right? That's where it came from. Yeah. They just added letters in. And calculus is where they added numbers in. And they built it all from that, right? So Euclidean geometry is the framework for all of this logical thinking.
Yeah, but so does mathematics give you logic and proofs. They're just mathematical, not in word format.
Yeah. Which do you think came first?
A bit of both. I mean, you couldn't just verbally express something and give a proof. You would need a mathematical proof of the concept. So you verbally describe the concept, but you mathematically prove the concept.
Yeah. You'd describe it geometrically first, though, wouldn't you? I'd say geometry came before maths. But
I'd say they're so intrinsically linked that I don't think you could separate one from the other.
Well, I don't know. There's no maths within geometry. I know that.
I think so. If you've got a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, you see what I mean? When you add them all together.
In Euclidean geometry, there's no numbers. So I could show you the geometric way that you could form a triangle with equal sides. But it doesn't say this triangle has 60 degrees here and 60 degrees here and 60 degrees here. That's not the way it works, right? That's not geometry. That's an extra bit that you build on top of it. Geometry's a lot of people's concept of what geometry actually is it's skewed by the school system. I say on purpose because they don't want you to understand logic, and it's pretty obvious why and how it's implemented. The loss of logic within people, because it leads people to be able to think it's okay to say that a straight line can curve. If you don't have the logical framework to understand that is a fallacy, to say that something is something that it isn't at the same time as being that something, it's like that's a fallacy, right? And logic would normally strip that away from you to say that's nonsensical. I can't do that. I can't say that. But if you don't have a logical framework, then you obviously can say that sort of a thing.
See, my argument for that is that the logical framework you've got is only the basis of logic. So you've got the base of logic and went, right, I'm happy here. Whereas the logical framework continues from that point. And these are things that you learn in, university.
You've not Penrosed yourself on logic, dude.
What? What's Penrose?
How do you go beyond logic to make it unlogical? How do you do that?
Okay, so I start with a logical framework. Within that framework, I can build other logical frameworks. And from there, I can build frameworks of logic externally to that as well, where just because I have one set of logic doesn't mean to say that is the only logic that I should ever know.
Well, I would suggest that logic that tells you that straight lines can curve is bad logic. It's not actually logic. And whoever's told you that is logical has led you astray.
See, I don't think so. I think whoever told me that is logical hasn't led me astray, has expanded my understanding.
Well, like I say, I think that is where the difference is between us. I can't live like that. I can't. My brain will not allow me to see a straight line curving and still call it a straight line. I can't do that. I mean, it's beyond me. So, yeah, and I'm not seeing how we can progress, right? If I say that's a straight line and I'm going to measure something from that, and you say, well, it's already curving, and I say no, but it's a straight line, and you go, whoop, only in your logic. In my geometry, I'm just going to say that geometry, that straight line curves. So can you understand where we might end up not being able to do anything and go any further?
Yeah, we're gonna hit an absolute impasse where one of us has to concede to one of the other's logic, or there won't be any progression to be had.
Yeah, do you reckon this is why we're having this problem where we say level is horizontal and you guys are pushing back? Is that because there's some sort of an idea where straight lines can curve, but they are straight lines? I mean, people say level is curved, right? Now, do they mean level is straight, but that straight line curves? Or do they just mean level is curved? And when we say level is horizontal, you think that we mean a horizontal curve? Or what? I mean, let's see. This is where we're getting stuck in it, right?
Yeah, but there are aspects of that you have to dismiss certain things in order to stay where you are, like gravity. You have to dismiss gravity in order to say horizontal can't change orientation. What do you mean,
dismiss gravity? What is gravity?
You have to say,
can you define it?
Yeah, it's the acceleration towards Earth.
Okay, so
you have to say, oh no, there's a different reason for any other reason other than gravity in order for horizontal to remain horizontal, because on Earth, on our model, horizontal can be any point on that sphere. Whereas and that is largely due just to gravity alone. Whereas if you say, no, it can't be anywhere other than at the top of the sphere, and it can't be at the bottom of the sphere, or it can't be at the side of the sphere, then you have to say no, and because gravity doesn't exist. And so if I can prove to you gravity exists, then there is a concession that you'd have to make to say, well, horizontal can be at the side of a ball then.
Well, you see, I've got practical experience about horizontal, and you can't turn a horizontal vertical. And so the geometric proofs of horizontal and vertical being perpendicular means that you can't have a horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal and vice versa. So,
but only if you dismiss gravity on the ball.
What do you mean?
Because if you allow gravity,
what does gravity have to do with it?
Because that gives you the orientation, and the orientation of horizontal and vertical is ground sky. So horizontal is level with the ground, and vertical is pointing up towards the sky. Allowing gravity, you can put that at the side of a sphere and still have the same thing.
You can't.
But you have to dismiss gravity. Why not?
Because you can't put it at the side of a sphere. Can't do that. You can't put a horizontal level at the side of a sphere.
Why? If it's perpendicular to the
you
gravity,
not to have the bubble there. You can't because that's vertical. That's what it means. That's position is vertical.
But in a spirit level, the bubble would stay in the centre if you put it on the side of a big sphere that has gravity.
No, it wouldn't.
See, it would.
It wouldn't.
That's the thing. Now I know it would, and you think it wouldn't. So you have to dismiss gravity to say that wouldn't happen.
Right. But you've just said gravity does that. You've done nothing to say anything, right? Now, gravity has a vector. Yes?
Yep.
What is that?
Down.
Down? Please define down.
Well, okay, so starting off with the sphere, because if gravity, then sphere. Now, there's no way around that.
What?
If gravity, then sphere. If gravity, then sphere. So, if you have gravity, you have a sphere. You couldn't have such a massive object that wouldn't collapse in on itself and make a spherical object if it had gravity. You couldn't have a flying saucer shape the size of the Earth without it collapsing in on itself into a sphere with the force of gravity. So,
sorry, wait a minute, wait. You said force.
Yes, there is a force.
Not of gravity, right? Gravity is not a force.
No, but there is a measurable force. So, although it's not a force causing the acceleration is a measurable force.
I'm sorry, did you say flying saucer-shaped Earth? Is that what you just said a second ago?
Yeah, he said it would collapse in on itself to make a sphere because of gravity.
who said anything about a flying saucer-shaped Earth except for this guy?
Yeah, well, it
Nobody-
just makes
nobody did.
makes a sphere, right?
No, but nobody did. No, the point that I was making is any shape that isn't spherical would end up being spherical. That's why I just gave you a flying saucer shape.
Everything turns to balls.
Everything of that scale under the force of gravity would collapse into a sphere.
Well, I'm curious, how do you know that? That sounds like more of a concept than an actual, like, empirical proof that you can provide.
Well, why is there no flat Mars or flat Moon or, flat Jupiter? Because everything we look at in the night sky collapses under its own gravity into a
Well, that's
sphere.
what you say.
Isn't it so?
That's what you say, but you can't prove that.
Yeah.
You're just saying it.
Lights in
Well,
the sky,
you can-
right?
But you can prove gravity. Oh, lights in the sky.
Well, that
Okay.
yeah, I mean that's all that they are. Them things that you've just expressed to us that are, what did you call them, spheres?
Yep.
Right. How do you know?
There is a very simple proof, and I'd like you to disprove this when I explain it. Okay. Shadows on the moon and shadows on Saturn and Jupiter of the moons. That means that the planets themselves have to be solid bodies. There has to be a space between the two. They cannot be giving off their own light, and there has to be a distance between those and the light source. Shadows prove these are solid spherical objects. These are all.
I would argue that the only reason why they would have to be anything is if it were to fit a model that cannot be proven. So I guess if you're trying to suggest that the model is correct, then they would have to be those things in order for the model to be correct. But how would you prove that? By saying that they have to be? No, they have to be in order to match the model. But you're matching. You're not talking about reality.
I'm not.
You're talking about a model.
No, I'm talking about reality because I cannot cast a shadow on a light source. The only way I can cast a shadow is with a light source and two objects. Okay, so that logic alone tells me there is a light source and two objects because I can see the shadows. I can see them. That's an observation. It's not a measurement. It doesn't just fit the model. It's an observation. If I can see a shadow, I have two solid masses and a light source and a depth between them. And that's my observation.
Does the moon have a face?
Does it have a face?
Yeah.
Well, I can see a face.
It's a face
It's the only one I ever see, so why not?
Face of the moon, right?
Yeah, but here we go again with you. Oh, no, but you don't have a face on a sphere, so you're wrong. What a colloquialism is and what an abject point is are two different things. Colloquially, I only ever see one side of the moon, so I call that the face of the moon.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, in solid geometry, a face is a flat, planar surface.
Yep, but that wasn't what I was referring to.
Well, that's what you say, right? When what you're finding in all of this sort of stuff is you'll end up saying stuff and then finding out the true meaning of it, and then having to backtrack to say that's not actually what I meant, but you still said it.
No, Bev. There are things called colloquialisms.
Yeah.
I could say, and idioms. I could say, I'm over the moon. You know what I mean. But I'm obviously not over the moon. I could say I'm shit-faced. It doesn't mean to say I have removed my face and replaced it with excrement.
Yeah, but
I'm
when
just
you
drunk.
are talking about the face of something, and then it turns out that in solid geometry a face is a flat planar surface, you are actually saying that you were thinking that the moon face is a flat planar surface, but then now you're having to say that it is a spherical spheroid.
Yeah, but I was just using a colloquialism.
Big floaty rock, by any chance?
It doesn't matter. It's still got shadows on it, though.
It doesn't matter.
The
It's still
shadows-
got shadows on it.
Well, exactly. So it must be an object that isn't casting its own light source, right? I mean, have you ever seen a shadow on a light bulb? Ever in your life?
It's an optical phenomena, right? It's something you see optically in the sky. I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. I mean, I've looked at it. Quite a few of us here have proper looked at the moon, and I don't think anyone actually has come up with any idea on what it actually is yet.
Yeah.
Well,
but
I've got some ideas, but I mean, they're just ideas.
Yeah.
I can't
but
prove
you-
any of my
you-
ideas
you
are
look-
correct.
What you're doing is looking for something other than the normal description. You're going, oh, well, I don't
Wait, what do you
believe
mean
that.
normal
So let,
description?
Yeah, go on.
What do you mean by
That
normal description?
what of the moon? That it's a large fucking sphere of rock orbiting the Earth.
Oh,
And
is
you're
that,
trying to say,
is that
"Oh,
what
no, I've
you're
looked
going
at it
with? Is that, are you having that?
What? There's a large sphere of rock orbiting the Earth. Yeah, I'll have that.
Yeah. A big floaty
I was.
vacuum rock.
Hang on. No, not floaty.
Oh.
It doesn't float.
When you say normal, that's kind of an important word, and I think that's what like might be causing your I don't want to say cog dis. I think that term is overused, but I think it might apply here because when people use the term normal, it's like they're talking about something that is I don't know, popular, accepted, popularly accepted or whatever.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
That's not, I mean, you still can't prove it. Just because it's accepted by more people doesn't mean that it's correct. Right? It's just simply accepted by more people. So when you say normal view of the moon, like you're attributing a story to a claim of fact, which you can't do
but
because
also,
it's a story. You can't prove what the moon is.
But I can with all kinds of, the math and calculus that I learned at school.
None of that stuff will prove what the moon is, dude. None of it.
Well, it will with the orbital periods and the gravitate, the fact that it's tidally locked, the tides and stuff like that.
Oh, dude.
No. You can make a lot of stories about the moon, and you can apply math and stories among stories upon stories, but that doesn't prove anything. You get that, right?
But the math does prove that, doesn't it?
No.
No.
So math doesn't prove it.
Geometry has proofs.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah. So does math. Like one and one will always be two.
If I have 3 apples and I take away 4 apples, is that proof that I have -1 apple?
You're conflating
is that like
mathematics.
No. You said math. You're asking if math proves something. I'm asking you a practical, mathematical question about proof, and you're having problems with it and telling me I'm conflating.
No, I'm not having
Math
problems
does not
with
prove.
it.
Math can be used to describe.
Hang on, dude, hang on. You've asked me a problem in physics and asked me about the math. Now, I'm trying to tell you, you've given me a problem in physics. If these apples exist, which you're trying to tell me they do, then you cannot -4. But because you're minusing 4, you're giving me mathematics and a problem in physics.
Okay, so
You're conflating the two.
what's your proof of 1 + 1 is 2 then? Wait, go on. Lay that proof on us, please.
Hang on. There isn't some guy that went into depth.
No. Your proof.
I've read
please.
the proof. No, I've read the proof. No, I will go with that proof.
Well,
But
give us it now then, please. 1 + 1. In fact, start off with the definition of 1. Please define 1, and then we'll go from there.
Bev, right. This is another problem that you and I will never see eye to eye. Is because you've just literally asked me to define one.
Yes.
And I don't feel inclined. I've got a 7-year-old daughter, and I wouldn't define one to her.
Okay.
Because she should know what one is by now. You shouldn't need the definition of one, Bev. You really shouldn't.
You mean you can't define one? Is that the problem we're having?
I would say
I don't know what definition I would even use for one, Bev.
Why not? I mean, it's the most basic. You just said that you can prove 1 + 1 is 2, but you can't even define one. So how are you going to prove that two of these things that you can't define make 2? Well, it seems a bit on dodgy ground, this proof of yours for mathematics.
Using your logic, 1 and 1 isn't 2.
No. I'm asking you for proof that you said you can give, that mathematics will give you the proof.
It will.
Right, well, please define what it is you are giving us a proof for. Two of these things that we call one. Please define one.
Okay, so I'm going to give you. I have 2 hands, and I present you with my left hand and my right hand, and together I have 2 hands. I mean,
so one is a hand, then,
ridiculous.
Okay? One is a hand. Is that a left hand or a right hand? Which one is one?
Whichever one I started with.
Okay, so 2 of them makes what? 2 left hands. Or do you mirror them to make 2 hands, but they've got to be opposites, right? Go on.
Okay.
This is a good proof so far. You're doing well.
I have a hand. I present you with a hand. I have another hand. I present you with another hand.
Yeah. But that 1 and 1 don't look the same. They're different things.
Okay, let's look at it like this then. Say you got Sleeping Warrior, and you got QE, and you got Nathan Oakley, and they're all sitting around the table holding a sausage, right?
Yep.
And Nathan just goes over to Sleeping Warrior and says, "Yeah, Tony, hold me sausage." And he passes him the sausage, right?
Yep.
So when Sleeping Warrior looks in his hand, unless QE has slipped a sausage in while he weren't looking, he's only ever going to have 2 sausages in his hand.
Okay.
And that's it. That's it. It proves itself.
Right, so 1 is a sausage then.
1 can be anything.
Okay. And then, what, 2 of those same things turn into... what, do you multiply the same thing into make 2 of them? Or... I don't know. Like, are you saying all sausages are the same?
No.
Oh, right. So they're 2 different sausages then. So it's not 1 and 1.
Yeah,
it's
one
sausage that looks a bit like another sausage. So sort of 1 and sort of 1 go together, and that makes 2 of things. No?
Yes. See, because Nathan Oakley could have passed Sleeping Warrior chipolata, and Sleeping Warrior could have been holding a black pudding. Right? It doesn't matter. Because he still has numerically 2 of them in his hand. Doesn't matter what they are.
You say numerically though, right? So 1 and 1 numerically, right? Your proof isn't doing very well here.
What?
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
The mathematics is not proving your physics, right? You're talking about something in the physical world, in physical existence, and you're trying to prove that with math, and you can't. That doesn't work.
It does. It absolutely works every time.
But you're failing. So maybe do something different. I don't know.
I'm not failing. Joe's asking me really daft questions.
Do you want me to give you a proper proof, a real proof, right? Within maths, but I mean it's not really maths, it's geometry, right? Pythagorean theorem. Pythagorean theorem. a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? That is the formula. But the proof, there are 157 at last count, maybe more by now, actual proofs for that Pythagorean theorem. Have you ever proved it to yourself, or do you just know it? A squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? Because that's just
doing it.
That's just a statement, right?
Yeah, I mean, what you got to understand, it's been more than 2 decades since I was learning anything at school.
Yeah, but I don't think you'd have actually done this, because you would definitely remember it, because you said maths proves things, and I contest it doesn't. Geometry proves things, right? Because there is a proof and a definite answer at the end of it when geometry gets involved.
Yeah, the thing with that is geometry is it relies the physical, whereas just numerology itself, just numbers themselves, they don't exist. They're not real.
Yeah.
Right? It's when you apply them to physics that they become real. Like the 2 apples. If I've got 3 apples and I minus 4 apples, I can't have -1 apple.
Yeah, but that's
a
why
problem, not a mathematics one.
Yeah, that's why geometry can actually prove things, right? Because it is physical. It is geometry is Earth measurement, right?
So is physics.
Okay, so physics can prove things, like geometry can prove things, right? Or
of course, yeah.
It's physics science, though, because Fight the Flat Earth and most of the ballers that I know say science can't prove things. Only maths can prove things. But like we've just shown you, I don't think maths can. I think geometry is where the proofs lie. The actual real proofs.
But you don't think you can prove 1 and 1 is 2?
Well, you've done really badly at trying to prove it, because you can't even define 1.
I'm not even going to attempt to, because that should be beneath you, never mind just even asking the question.
No, listen, you should know from earlier when I got you to try and define a straight line, right? 1 is the same. First principles, right, dude? It's elemental. 1 is that which cannot be defined, because everything needs to be defined from that. Right, zero is nothing. It's easy to do, right? There is nothing there. You can define nothing easily. You come unstuck when you come to define 1.
I don't come unstuck when I try to define 1. By your definition of 1, there is only 1 in existence.
Give us a definition of 1, please.
You want me to define 1?
Mm-hmm.
I can't even begin to...
you can't define it, I'm telling you. It's elemental, and if you can't define it, then how are you going to prove something with it?
It's not elemental.
What, 1 isn't elemental?
1. There could only be 1 if it was elemental, and then
no, elemental to mathematics, to arithmetic.
All numbers are elemental to it. What are you talking about?
Do you want to? There you go.
Is level curved, Bev?
Sometimes, yeah. Straight lines curve as well, don't they? Gently. See, in the beauty of Euclid, right, is it's a logical framework, right? It gives you way more understanding than you meant to get, right? But they slowly stripped it away from what it was. So in the beginning, it came with a logical framework that based the whole geometry around logic, and it gave you an understanding of the logic, and then went into the geometry, which made it all really easy and a lot easier to accept, to comprehend, right? So this comes from a paragraph early on in it, and it says, similarly, it's not possible to give a verbal definition of every word because we must already understand the words in which a definition is framed. An example from arithmetic is the impossibility of defining one. Brackets, try. Right? It says, an example from arithmetic is the impossibility of defining one. Right? That's why you had a problem with doing it. Not because you were struggling, you thought it was childlike. It's impossible.
No, it's not. It's not that. So I'm pretty sure it was Newton that did the whole proving 1 and 1 is 2 business.
Right, do you want me to just finish it, right? Because it goes on to say that does not mean that you do not understand 1. Right? It's not a failing on your behalf. Everyone would do the similar thing, right?
Like I was trying to say to you, it's conceptual. All numbers alone are conceptual. They have no... They're not tangible. They're not real things. The number 2 can't weigh 10 pounds and be green. You know, it isn't that. It isn't a thing. It's all conceptual. That's the reason why you can't relay what the number 1 is. But when you have one thing, which is a physical object, physics, 1 and 1 equals 2 of them. The numbers themselves are literally academic. They don't mean anything. They're just our understanding of those 2 things being 2 things. That we have differentiated from 1 and 1 by saying there is 1 and there is another 1, so we've got 2. There is no defining 1 because it doesn't exist. But in physics, one thing is one thing. That's why I gave you the physical objects, the sausages, my hands. They are physical. And therefore, there can be more than one of them. And I can prove in physics that 1 and 1 is 2. In mathematics, it wouldn't matter what I called numbers. I could call 1 3. I could call them anything. They're just names for concept.
But you
can't
prove 1 and 1 is 2. That's the point, right?
But I can if I've got 2 hands. I can offer you a hand and I can offer you another hand, and I have 2 of them.
Right. I don't think that you're really disagreeing with anything we're saying, because the example I gave with the apples, right? You can't have a negative apple, right? So in the physical world, mathematics doesn't prove the physical world, because you can have something conceptually. Hold on. You can have something conceptually with mathematics, and you can describe something conceptually with mathematics, but you cannot have a negative apple.
That's right? But that's why we use physics. That's why we use physics and not mathematics. The physics of it has to have a basis.
You said that you could prove the moon with mathematics, and I'm just simply disagreeing with that and showing you why I'm disagreeing. And I think you agree with it. It's just you're not putting 2 and 2 together. I
wasn't referring to just the mathematics alone, because obviously I have to apply. It's applied mathematics. I have to apply the mathematics to something in order for it to be tangible. Yeah. So the moon is a tangible thing. I'm applying the mathematics to that.
You're saying it's a tangible thing. I think that is still up for debate.
But it's funny how it coincides with the tides and stuff like that. It's got impact craters on it. I mean, there are shadows. There's all kinds of things where we can say, well, it's definitely having an impact on Earth.
Well, you're saying it has an impact, but would you agree that correlation is not causation? Like it might coincidentally be at some instances, but you cannot say that correlation equals causation, right? I mean, you would agree with that, right? That's not.
Yeah, no, of course you can't. But when correlation is, so if something just correlates on a glancing blow, and it only just correlates a little bit, But when the correlation is with multiple things in multiple different forms, then you've got to say, well, it's not only this one correlation, it's this 10,000 correlations. And in the end, you've got to form an opinion based on that, not just the one.
That's inductive reasoning. The craters on the moon are actually hexagonal when you closely examine them.
I mean, if you're saying that it is absolute, that the tides are directly caused by the moon, then all it takes is one instance where the tides aren't affected by the moon to prove that wrong, right?
Yeah, the tides would have to stop for a night or a day, and the moon still moves round, and then we could say, well, right, then we're wrong. But in the history in the history of man, that's never happened.
So how would you prove the null hypothesis? How would you even present a null hypothesis for you to know that your hypothesis is correct?
But again, it was correlation. I wasn't making a hypothesis.
So you're conceding that it's correlation and not causation?
No, because there would be no way for me to know from one observation that I can say that is causation. But the correlation, if it was over more than one thing, and I could say, well, hang on, this happened, this happened, this happened. And if multiple things happen because of this one thing that I can see happening, and not only that, but I can manipulate some of the other things that happen, maybe not the tides, but some of the other things, then I can say to a high degree of certainty.
Just, okay, so manipulate what? What would you manipulate? I'm just curious. What's one thing that you would manipulate to show cause?
I can't think of anything else that the moon actually does as this specific instance right at this second.
Right.
But this
let me ask you another. Let me just ask you another quick question. How many correlations would it take to accept that it's a cause? Or would it ever be a cause if it's merely just a grouping of correlations?
See, I would never get causation from from what's it, but what I would get is a high degree of certainty. So I would never prove it 100%, but I would have a high degree of certainty. So there would be you could prove me wrong, but until you've proven me wrong, my degree of certainty remains.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm asking you to prove yourself right. So if you're going to concede and say that, correlation is not causation, and there's no way to prove the cause, because there's not even one example, not out of the 10,000 correlations that you said, there's not one example of you manipulating anything that would show proof of a null hypothesis, right? Or an example of a null hypothesis to prove your hypothesis correct.
Yeah, but with hypotheses, I would have to be doing a scientific experiment, not just doing an observation. Hello?
Hello, am I still here? I don't know what's going on.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I just went dead. With doing, with hypotheses means I'm conducting an experiment. And, I can just observe something.
Can't prove anything with science, though, can you? Or can you now?
I'm not. No, I see.
A hypothesis is not. No. A hypothesis is an experiment. A hypothesis is a hypothesis. An experiment is an experiment. They're not the same thing.
But how would I establish causation without the experiment?
You wouldn't. You would use the experiment to
prove the hypothesis.
To prove the hypothesis. But you can't have
exactly the
point. You can't manipulate.
Well, okay, so let's imagine this.
I'm looking for a concession. I mean,
Yeah.
there's not really.
You should be giving him it, right? You know you're not going to be able to have a proper experiment, right? You can't meet all the requirements for something like the
can.
moon. I don't.
Well, you can.
You say you can, but I've asked you to provide just one, and I mean, I don't know how much time you need.
Yeah,
if you've never even considered it, maybe you've never considered it. Maybe you've never looked. I don't know. Maybe you need a couple weeks to look for one. I don't know. But right now, you don't have one.
That's correct. Well, like I said, I'm sitting in my back garden. I'm enjoying a beer right now, and I don't have any proofs to give you about that right this second. But that doesn't mean to say, I mean, like, we've been there, so there's that. But like, if I walk down the street and I see a car,
did you just say we've been there?
Hang on,
I've not been there.
Dev. So if I walk down the street and I see a car that's all crumpled, and I see a car in front of it that's all crumpled, and I can see the paint from one on the other, I can say that car hit that car. And then if I can go and look and see the skid marks, I can say, well, that car was going X speed because it skid X distance. And I didn't have to be there for any of it. And I can't, so it's only correlation. I can say this skid mark is this long, so that correlates to this speed. And, you know, this impact had this much energy because there was this much damage, and it's only a correlation. But at no point would my degree of certainty go away just because I've got correlation, not causation.
Right. So you know what a car is, right? I mean, you can explain a car. You can touch a car. You can sit inside of a car. You know what a car is. I'm talking about something that you cannot prove what it is. There's no way for you to empirically test something, and you're making a lot of claims about it, saying that it's this and that and the other thing, and then you're comparing it to a car, which you can physically touch, you can walk around, you can, knock on the window, you can drive it, stuff like that. You're comparing a car to the moon and saying that it's the same thing, logically.
No, I'm comparing the logic of correlation and causation. So right, I get what you're saying.
Right. So there's a point where it's like, it's just kind of silly, right, to make that comparison, because we're talking about correlations that you cannot verify. They're correlations that
but
part of a story that you cannot prove.
Yeah, but I can see the car as well as I can see the moon.
No, you can see the car a lot better than you can see the moon, because you can go up and touch the car. You can verify it's I could
make my observation of the car through a telescope.
Right.
And if I did that,
you can compare another car that you can walk around and touch with the car that you see in the telescope. Show me a moon that you can go up and touch to verify that the one in the telescope is the same thing as the one that you can go up and touch. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, we have gone up and touched it, though, as the human race has done that.
So another story.
Why would that be a story?
Well, where's the proof? Pictures?
Well,
people's hearsay? An organization built around that story?
Hang on.
I mean, what is...
You're asking for proof of something when you're dismissing all the proofs of it. People.
What proofs are you providing? You're providing stories that tell other stories that tell other stories. You're not giving any proofs, dude. Sorry.
What about all the rocks that were removed from the moon? What about those?
Oh, you mean the petrified wood that the Dutch Duke was given or something as a present or something like that? I forget.
Oh, that one. That one piece, that one and only piece that they brought back. Is that what you mean?
I've never touched a so-called moon rock. Have you? I mean,
no.
You might see pictures of something that somebody's telling a story about.
They were displayed in the British Museum.
I'm asking you just to be honest. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, but the moon rock was displayed in the British Museum. Okay,
so there was an item that they put a label on saying that it's a moon rock. Does that mean that it's necessarily real? I'm not going to sit here.
Then I've got to make this.
I'm going to believe this story. You know, hey, I saw in a museum once there was a unicorn horn, and they said it was a unicorn horn, and unicorns no longer exist. So there's no way for me to verify whether or not that. And I'm not allowed to touch it because I don't want to contaminate it. And who knows? I might get a weird, alien disease from touching it. I mean, come on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what you're saying is that you don't believe what people say, and I don't understand why you go, oh no.
Give me a reason.
Because.
Yeah, dude, wait a minute. You've just said to Mobius that he's the one that doesn't believe what people say, but he's been talking to you for a very long time now. And you've not believed a word he said. But you've just accused him of not believing anything.
I've agreed with many things that he said.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm not here of the mind. I could be talking to a robot that's just programmed with answers. He's a human being, and he's never put himself across as anything different than that. So I've taken it as that. I'm not just going to suddenly jump to a conclusion. Oh well, he's lying. I haven't done that at all.
No, but you both jump into. Well, I mean, let's say you both. It seems to me like you've got a problem of proof. Like, I bet both of you two were talking about proofs of things, but you both have very different understandings of what a proof is and how you gain them proofs. Like, you think the fact that somebody said they went to the moon and came back with rocks, and the rock being displayed in a museum is enough for you to think there's a proof of them actually going to the moon. Now, Mobius doesn't accept that as a proof of that they went to the moon.
Okay, yeah, but it's not just that I'm saying. There is independent corroborative evidence. It wasn't just that. You've got the video footage, you've got eyewitness testimonies, you've got different countries tracking it, you've got independent people tracking it, you've got like laser reflectors on the moon where you can bounce stuff off the surface of the moon. There's stuff left there. We've got things that have gone orbiting the moon and actually taken pictures of the original landing site, which are, of different space agencies doing that. It's not just one piece of evidence,
but
it's the full extent of the corroborative evidence.
Mobius is going to say in a minute, because I want to say it myself too, right?
Go ahead, Ben.
It's an impossible place that you think that these people have been to. It can't exist.
Why not?
Because you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Why not, Bev? What?
See, I don't know. Maybe you need to believe that straight lines can curve as well.
No. Let's get into what you just said there, because I would like to know why you say that.
Because all of the gas pressure would disperse into the vacuum. That's what gas pressure does.
Why would it, Bev?
Because that's what it does.
No, it's not.
It's not. Gas pressure does not disperse into the vacuum to fill the space. Is that not what gas pressure does?
It depends on what the pressure is. See, if the pressure is just vector, so let's put it this way: if you had a vacuum, and I fire gas molecules through it, they will continue with the kinetic energy that I gave them in the direction that I fired them. They wouldn't move in any other direction.
How would you fire a gas in a vacuum, please?
See, this is the thing. All I needed to do would give the molecules of gas a vector, and they would continue
a gas molecule. Can you show me one of
Yeah.
them?
You said all you would do
What?
is. You said all you would do is X, Y, Z, right? You said you would do. What do you mean you would do something? Do you mean that there's an experiment that you can set up to where you can test this?
Yeah, there absolutely is. Of course there is.
Well,
This is the point.
Okay, so right, I'm getting to the point. So what do you mean that there's a test that there's a place where you can test this?
You'd have to make your own test apparatus up.
So an apparatus, like a container?
Well, it's the only way that you could get a vacuum inside of Earth's atmosphere, so I would imagine you would use a container, yes.
So you can't test this outside of a container?
Well, the trouble is I don't have a vacuum that doesn't already have a gas in it. That's what I would need to do the experiment. A place
So
that
here
does
we
not
are.
have gas.
Here we are with the absence of a null hypothesis. And you're asserting a hypothesis is proven, or provable even. But you have no null hypothesis to verify it.
See, I don't know why I'd need a null hypothesis. All I would need to do is observe gas molecules vectoring through a vacuum, and that would give me the answer as to does it expand into the vacuum or not.
Inside a container. We're talking
That's the
about gas without a container.
Yeah. The gas wouldn't have a container if it was inside the vacuum, would it? There'd be no barrier between the gas.
Did you hear what you just said? Did you hear
There would
what
be
you
no
just said?
barrier. Yeah, I just said there would be no barrier between the gas and the vacuum. There has to be a barrier
Inside a
between the
container.
vacuum. There has to be a barrier between the vacuum and the atmospheric pressure behind it, because I don't have an area that doesn't have any gas already in it.
Perfect.
Yeah, the gas would fill the vacuum, wouldn't it?
Yes, because I've already got gas, which has already got a vector. So yes, it would move towards the vacuum.
Because
But
that's what gas
that's only
does,
because
right?
it's- But you're saying it would go the opposite way and fill the vacuum outside of the vector, and I'm trying to tell you it wouldn't.
Well, yeah, that's what gas does. It expands to fill the space, right? And
Wrong.
you claim that there is a vacuum, infinite vacuum space out there.
So I've never claimed an infinite vacuum. Because there is.
What are spacesuits for?
Say that again.
What are spacesuits for?
Sorry, you broke up towards.
Sorry, what are spacesuits for? What are the astronauts wearing when they're out there in this medium, or on the moon, as you claim?
To keep the gas inside the suit at a temperature and local to the body.
Right. So, what's keeping the gas in?
What the suit? What does
Right. So the suit
what?
is a container for the gas.
Yes. How does that disprove what I'm saying?
Well, you're claiming that gas pressure can
Yeah, hang on.
exist.
Inside the suit,
But-
yeah, there is no vector for the gas. It's free to move in every direction. I was talking about the gas molecules having vector. Inside the suit, you remove the suit, there is no vector of those molecules. They won't stay around the body. The body is hot, space is cold, therefore the kinetic energy will be moving away from the body. But that's only because the body's heat has given the gas molecules vector. So I'm telling you about vector, and you're telling me about containers. The container and vector are two different things.
So I wanted to touch on the whole heat thing. Are you saying that because the temperature of the body the gas would be going in a vector away from the body.
Yes.
What's geothermal heat? What is that?
It's radiating from the core of the Earth.
Oh, so which vector would the gas be going?
Which one? That is caught inside the geothermal currents. Upwards.
Look, I'm getting a little distracted. I gotta go, but you should probably think about like an example of gas pressure without a container.
That's
without
literally
there being a container outside of the gas.
Okay, that's literally
container.
that's literally my next video on my channel.
Okay.
I've already
I'm
bought the
sorry, what's your channel?
Genless channel. It's not worth looking at until it. No, I wouldn't bother.
No, I'm open to all kinds of stuff, so that's cool. I'll look it up. I gotta go right now, though. I'll try and get back in a little bit. Maybe it'll be back.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Good talking to you.
See you, Dave.
No, that will be my next video. Is gas pressure without a container. I mean, Blue Marble Science did it quite well, but I think because of the problems he had with people saying, "Oh, but look, there's a container." All I need to do is vector the gas, and I'm going to show you the gas pressure from vector.